Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano
is another Savior.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be prayer. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love. The refinery, navigator, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. With the move, I pay the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, to be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master.
All right, and there it pardon me, and there it is right there. So all right, so we go again. We go. Hopefully, we are able to capture two sessions within this 24 hours as well. Um, so good day to you. Good to be in your company. Of that, good day to you. Hope you are having a gloriously wonderful day so far. Uh, Hope you are having a gloriously wonderful day so far. So we have yet another afternoon session, and the topic for discussion in this particular outing is this now agitation for an additional. So there are so many regions agitating for additional states within the within Nigeria. Yeah, I often say within the Nigerian paradigm, but I want to start just because I don't like to speak in a prefabricated language. So I'm starting to wonder if I'm speaking in grids rather than no. The topic of discussion today is the agitation for an additional state in the southeast, and we're going to, in the course of this session, examine the merit or lack thereof for an additional state in the southeast. So now, for full disclosure, there is it's not just the southeast that is agitating for an additional state. Uh, Virtually every geo region is agitating for an additional state. So everybody's agitating. So the first thing that we have to first discuss is that is the 36 states in Nigeria, is that the completion of state creation within Nigeria, or does Nigeria still need an additional state in order to bring governance even closer to the people? So that's the first argument. And if we want to make that argument, let me actually bring up the Nigerian map. Nigerian map. You see, because of course, our governance, for governance to be effective, it has to be as close to the people as possible. And if you have somebody administering a vast swathe of land just from a central point, then the governance is that much more removed from those people. So I'm just trying to bring up the Nigerian map just so we have some clarity on what we're talking about. I didn't want to bring up a picture of Prince Charles. I was clicking on the Nigerian map, and what it brought me was oh, all right. Let's take this one. What it brought me was an image of now Prince, now King Charles. But of course, King Charles now, a lot of controversies in that space as well. What's this thing making me work so hard? Let me just look for another one. Um, it's very important that we bring up the Nigerian map in the course of this discussion. So let's see if we can get it from this Getty image. Let's see. Why is it such a struggle to bring up a Nigerian map? Kilon Shelley, let's take this one. Let's see if this one comes up. Right. So there's the argument that the 36 states in Nigeria is not yet the completion of state creation in Nigeria. But if it is not the completion of state creation in Nigeria, what additional states do we need, and where should those states be? So that's where the question is. I'm just trying to bring up a Nigerian map. Actually, I'm not quite sure why it's proving so awkward. All right, let's go with this one. All right. So now here is the Nigerian map. Here is the Nigerian map. So as I said, for governance to be pardon me, for governance to be effective, it has to be as close to the people that is governing as possible. So there are several ways that can happen. You can have a stratified sort of a system, a hierarchical sort of a system, which is what we do have in Nigeria. You have the local government, and then from the local government, you have the state level, from state level to the federal. So that's the cascade in there. That is the ladder climb and the ladder descent of the Nigerian political structure. You have the federal, you have the state, and then you have the local government. So now, even for that to be effective, though, you still need that state structure to be as close to the people as possible, because the state structure, the state governance, is just one step from the federal space. So the state governance then is the voice of the geo region to the federal space. So you need the state structures to be as close to the people as possible. And you want that closeness not going through the vessel of the local government, but having a direct contact with the people. So that is to tell you then that you cannot have then a state being the size of a small country, and then you're asking one administrator to oversight that. So that's the agitation for the creation of new states right there. So I think universally we all agree that new states are needed within the Nigeria. I didn't even have the map up. So I think universally we all agree that new states are needed within the Nigerian space. But where should those new states go is the question. So now the strongest agitation for new states is actually coming out of the southeast. So what is the argument for an additional state in the southeast? The argument for an additional state in the southeast is for equal representation at the federal level. So every other geo region has 6 or more states. It is only really the Southeast that is constrained and confined within 5 states, and that's their strongest argument then for an additional state within the Southeast. But is that a strong enough argument? Because that's a political argument, but in terms of administration argument, is there an argument for an additional state in the Southeast? So so as I said, if the creation of state, if the primary purpose of the creation of a state is to bring governance closer to the people, then there is no strong argument for an additional state in the Southeast, because the Southeast is such a small geographical mass that the bigger argument actually is that maybe the Southeast actually has too many states, and that is more the stronger argument. The stronger argument is to reduce the Southeast to 2 or 3 states, no more than the creation of an additional state. So why am I saying all this? I'm saying this entirely because of the geographical mass, the land mass that the Southeast occupies. Where's all our people? We are not saying anyway. We just carry on irrespective. Um, so I'm saying all this entirely because of the landmass that the Southeast occupies. So where's that map? So if you look at this map right here, look at where my cursor is. So where my cursor is right here is the entirety of the Southeast. So you have Enugu, you have Ebonyi, you have Anambra, you have Imo, and you have Abia, and that right there is the southeastern part of Nigeria right there. That's the totality of the southeast of Nigeria. So you have Abia right there, which is a tiny little sliver, and then you have Imo right there, which is a tiny little sliver. You have Anambra right there, which is just like a little dot. You have Enugu, which is probably the biggest state in the southeast, and then it's just a tiny little sliver. And you have Ebonyi. So if you look at the totality of the southeast, then you do not see then where the additional state comes out of. The only way that an additional state can come into the southeast is if they expand the landmass of the southeast. So if the southeast cuts into Kogi, Benue, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Cross Rivers, and Edo State, of course, and Delta, if the Southeast is able to expand into those spaces, and in fact, they would really have to subsume, they will have to consume the entirety of those spaces for us to have an additional state in the Southeast. If we are going in terms of landmass being the primal reason for the creation of an additional state, if we are going with that, then the Southeast will have to consume all of its neighbors in order then for us to have an argument for an additional state. So the next thing that should bother the Southeast then on their borders, that is BORDER, the next thing that should bother the Southeast will be Nasarawa, Taraba, Ekiti, Ondo, and all those spaces. Otherwise, there's no argument for an additional state in the southeast. So if you look at the mass of the southeast, and if you move the southeast right there, which is what you're seeing there, you can fit it 3 times into Niger State. It will comfortably fit 3 times into Niger State. The southeast will comfortably fit 3 times into Borno State. Yobe State ditto, Bauchi State twice into Zamfara, and twice into Kwara State as well. So in terms of the land mass, there is no strong argument for an additional state in the southeast, but there are strong arguments for 3 additional states in Niger State. Certainly, there are strong arguments for 2 for Borno State, Yobe State, Bauchi State, Zamfara, etc., to be split into 2. just because of the mass of the land space that they occupy. The strongest argument for is for an additional state in Kaduna State, actually, because Kaduna State is split almost in equi portion Christian Muslim. So there's a very very strong argument for an additional state in Kaduna State, but there is not at all a strong argument for an additional state in the southeast just because of the tiny little landmass that they occupy. But we'll move the conversation on to see how the argument for an additional state in the southeast is being presented from that region. So we pick it up from here.
Last week, the Joint Committee of the National Assembly on Constitutional Review approved the creation of an additional state for the Southeast Geopolitical Zone. The committee also agreed to revisit the over 278 pending requests for new local government areas and 55 proposals for new states, noting that a newly formed subcommittee will handle additional reviews. While many are calling for the creation of an Anioma state, which has gained momentum, the chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Kenneth Okonkwo, has urged the Southeast to narrow its state creation agenda to Adada State. Okonkwo made the calls on Monday during the morning show, saying Adada State, with its capital in Nsukka, remains the most suitable choice. Joining us on this show to discuss the National Assembly's approval of the creation of a new state in the Southeast is Kenny Okolubo, Strategic Communications Consultant to the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Good morning, Ken Okolubo. Hello.
Good morning, Ruben Abati. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Well, very quickly.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Okay.
Thank you for honoring our invitation. State creation. We're arm of the view that we don't need states, additional states, that we need to get these states viable to make sure that they are centers of productivity rather than centers of consumption. The ones we have are getting more money under President Tinubu. What are they even doing with the money? And now we say we will create more centers of consumption. And the kind of danger that informs that position is what is happening now. Kenneth Okonkwo came here, he said, oh, it should be Adada State in the Southeast. You are saying no, it should be Anioma State, because Anioma has strategic oil fields in the, I think, in the Ukwani area, and that Anioma is more viable now. Before you know it, there will be more debates, more quarrels, and all that. But you want to make a case for Anioma State. So make the case. And why do you think it should not be Adada State? Tomorrow somebody will come up and mention another option. They make a case for Anioma State. And it's Anioma in the Southeast. I thought Anioma was in the Delta, Ukwane area. Is it not Delta? So please.
Well, thank you, Abati, once again. Congratulations on your milestone that will be coming up on Friday, next Friday, on getting to Diamond. I know a road to be leading to Lagos. But having said that, let me also make it clear that I'm not speaking here for my principal, the distinguished Senate President. I'm speaking essentially as someone from Anioma State and someone who has a passion for the region. Yes.
Sorry, if he's speaking for someone from a Neoma state, then he's speaking illegally. This is the spokesperson for Godswill Akpabio, by the way, telling us there's no such thing as a Neoma state. So quite what nonsense is Akpabio's? But then of course Akpabio a nonsense person, so his spokesperson has to be a nonsense person too. There's no registration of an Anioma state within the Nigerian Constitution. His principle is the first defender of the Constitution, and this guy is speaking to illegality.
Your milestone that will be coming up on Friday, next Friday, on getting to Diamond. I know a road to be leading to Lagos. But having said that, let me also make it clear that I'm not speaking here for my principal, the distinguished Senate President, Godswill Akpabio. I'm speaking essentially as someone from Anioma State and someone who has a passion for the region. Yes, Okwani, which is the local government area I come from, is part of Anioma State. It has 9 local government areas. It has the Ika, it has the Anyocha South, Anyocha North, Oshimili, and that is where the acronym actually came from. When you say Anioma, it's A is for it's for the entire region of the 9 states. When you say we are not from the southeast, you see a lot of our people have gone with that misconception that it's like a one-man show being driven by my senator, Senator Ned Nwoko. I support this because it has been an agitation that has been for 50 years. If you remember very well, someone like you, Ruben, will remember that the Rikife Commission in 1975 that dwelt on the issue of creation of states. Anioma was one of the states that were submitted before the creation of Bendel and every other state, you understand, from Bendel. Before now, we had the Western Igbo. When we had the 3 regions, we had the North, South, and the West. We were classified as the Western Igbo. Then we came to Midwest Igbo. Then we came to Delta Igbo. And Igbo is a corrupted way of pronouncing Igbo. And some of my brothers from the Ndokwa Okwani extraction who tend to fight and say we don't want to be associated with the Igbo. Some live in self-denial. Why do I say this? I was the editor of the book of the history of, that's the book of Ndo Sumili and Okwani, people of the Niger Delta. This book was written by my late father, very Reverend Professor Okolubo. And when this book was written, he didn't publish it before he died. He only published the Christianity aspect. I published that book in 2004. And I was able to read that book back to back as the editor of the book. And I remember very well that the book clearly stated and was confirmed by Professor Baru Ikime, a foremost historian, who says that we are from the Igbo.
You know, is all this ridiculous little appellations or credits that this sort of people, who has he just described as a foremost historian? I've never heard of the name of that guy, and I'm pretty sure everybody listening now, they've never. Not only is his father the father of this Fabio spokesperson, his father is an unknown, and his reference point to give validity, to give credibility to whatever little pamphlet that he wrote, describing it as a book, he's unknown as well. Professor of where, from where? You know, it's just a nonsense.
But we also have the Edos who of the Niger Delta. This book was written by my late father, very Reverend Professor Okolubo. And
nobody, God bless your father and all that, and I know he would have been a great man within whatever tiny little community you come from, but nobody knows I certainly don't know who the F your father is, and I suspect that the entirety of Nigeria does not know who your father is. So whatever comic book he wrote about his own village is for the digestion and the titillation of your space, nothing to do with any constructive or meaningful conversation.
When this book was written, he didn't publish it before he died. He only published the Christianity aspect. I published that book in 2004. And I was able to read that book back to back as the editor of the book. And I remember very well that the book clearly stated and was confirmed by Professor Baru Ikime, a foremost historian, who says that we are from the
if you've ever heard of that professor, let me put it on. Let me add subtitles so you can get the spelling of the name of that professor. If you've ever heard of this professor that this guy is quoting as a reference to give his book validity, let me know in the comment section. A professor, he might as well have made up that name. Nobody knows of any professor called whatever it is that I just said.
He died. He only published the Christianity aspect. I published that book in 2004. And I was able to read that book back to back as the editor of the book. And I remember very well that the book clearly stated and was confirmed by Professor Baru Ikime, a foremost historian, who says that
Professor Bar Ikime, if you've ever heard of a professor called Bar Ikime as a historian, as a history specialist, then let us know. Some non-existent professor confirming some comic book that his father wrote is the reasons for the creation of a Anioma state. That's the depth of ridicule that we've plunged to.
We are from the Igbo extraction, but we also have the Edos who came to settle, independent settlers. we have the Igalas. But in all, we cannot deny the cultural and linguistic affinity of our people from Ndokwa West and Okwani and Ndokwa East to the...
I don't quite understand the argument for this Anioma state, and if you know it, please come into the studio and educate me, or even educate me in the comment section. Are we saying we want to change the name of Edo State to Anioma State? That is the thing. And are we saying that the Benin people should be consumed entirely by the Southeasterners? So, what's the meaning of that Anioma, and which part of? I think that's actually coming out of Edo State. So, is that the total consumption of Edo State by the Southeast? Is that what the agitation is, or are they agitating that they should leave Edo State the way it is, but give it an Igbo name?
The Anioma area. Why are we saying Anioma is viable? Ndokwa happens to be the area that has the largest gas reserve in West Africa. We're completely shortchanged when, for example, when I was a commissioner in Delta State, when I had the privilege of serving in Deso Padek, quantum of production was just 9%, which I thought was not fair. The Shekiris had 29%, the Jaws had 27%, the Urobos had 21%, and the Isokos had 14%. And I was further reduced to 4%. I had a colleague who was serving with me. That I had to do 90 projects was because I had to go cap in hand, begging the members of the House of Assembly who were from Anyocha, Oshimili, and Ika to give me the jobs because they were not considered as oil producing. So there are works that were domiciled in my area. That was domiciled in the oil producing area. I took them to my area. That was one of the secrets of my success. So I know what marginalization is, and I know the advantage of us going to Anioma. And don't also forget that in 2006, there was a committee set up by the National Assembly, headed by Iwanyanwu, for there to be creation of state. Anioma was also one of those who was promoted by the late Asaba of Asaba. And so it is not a one-man show as is being connoted. We believe in the project, and I believe by the time the referendum is done, our people would have been educated on the reason why we should have the Anioma in the Southeast, because the Southeast has been said to be a dotted region, a landlocked region. Now, if you create Anioma State, and for example, we also collaborate with ANIM, which has been one of the states that is agitating.
So just for reasons of the Southeast having access to the sea, that's not sufficient enough reason to hand over Edo State to them. Let me actually show you something before we carry on, because I did a little search earlier on to see just what the landmass is for the different regions in Nigeria. So the Northwest is the largest population, moderate landmass. So the landmass of the Northwest is 216,065 kilometers, square kilometers. Is 216,065 kilometers squared, which is 23% of Nigeria. So that's the Northwest. The Northeast is 280,419 square kilometers, which is 30% of the Nigerian land mass. The North Central is 251,774 square kilometers, which is 27% of the Nigerian land mass. The Southwest is 79,005 square kilometers, which is roughly 8% of the Nigerian land mass. The Southeast is 29,525 square kilometers, which is 3% of the Nigerian land mass. The South is 9% of the Nigerian land mass. So in terms of the Nigerian land mass, the Southeast is by far and a clear distance. The only other space as small as the closest to them in smallness is the Southwest, which is 8% of the Nigerian land mass. So what constitutes now 3% of the Nigerian land mass they're still agitating for an additional state. So that's just the level of ridiculousness that this conversation has gotten to. There is no strong argument. It says, "Why is one man breathing as if he's breathing through an oxygen?" I beg your pardon. That's just who I am. That's just where I am. Oh. That cannot be helped. But there it is. But let's get back to the man presenting the argument for Anioma State.
Have the area no more landlocked because we are bordered by the Isokos, the Urubus, Ethiopia East on our borders. And I think it's going to be a win-win situation if this one state is considered by the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It will be a landmark decision to be the first state to have been created under the civilian regime, as it were.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you this question that I think we've asked a number of our guests, and I'd like to get your perspective on this. Should we be creating more states? I ask because while I understand the sentiment and the arguments for the creation of Anioma State in the spirit of fairness, if you look at the number of states per geopolitical area, but in a recent report by Budget where we looked at the state of the states, about 28 states in Nigeria are not viable, including the states that have resources. Because I hear you talk about gas deposits. There are states that have oil deposits. There are states that have mineral deposits that are not viable. Should we not be looking at more resource, the way that resources and revenue is distributed among states, as opposed to creating more states? More states means more seats in the National Assembly. The women are also still pushing for more seats. The bill to have more seats exclusively for women in the National Assembly. This is money, revenue going into this. Should we be clamoring for more states or looking at other ways to even make the present states more viable and to reduce the cost of governance?
Okay, I actually went for that retreat with my senator, Led Nwoko, and one of the things that were canvassed was the issue you have just raised, the viability of the states. Now, a committee has been set up. It's a very important question you have asked. This committee is headed up by Senator Mungunu. He's the chief whip of the Senate. The one for the House of Rep is headed by Honorable Julius. You have Senator Dan Zazdao, you have Senator Ume, you have Senator Dixon, and I think you also have Senator Adiola as part of that committee. Now, what are they supposed to do? They're supposed to put up modalities for which we are going to use in terms of determining which they are going to use in terms of determining which of these states are viable. That is why in the Southeast, Senator Omer is representing the Southeast, and Honorable Miriam Onoha is representing the Southeast in the House of Reps. What I think they should do is to hit the ground running. Why Anioma is particular is because Anioma will be very viable. Anioma already can even take care of itself without even IGRO. We are agrarian, and we know how to produce a lot of farm produce, apart from our large gas deposit. And you might not know this, Ayo, but we have Energia, we have Pillar, we have Platform, we have Agip, we have Midwestern, we have about 7 upstream companies producing crude oil in Ndokwa land now, and about 4 others in the downstream, which comes to about 11. And so, if terms of viability, I think Anioma stands heads over heels above any state, I dare to say, in the 7 zones or in the 6 zones that the agitation is being made. And the advantages are such that why do you create local governments? It's to bring government nearer the people. And even though the issue of viability is something you must put in the front burner, if the modalities are put into place, I think these 1 states that will be created, after this 1 state is created, then you can look at the viability of the other zones, because it was also said that there should be states for each of the zones, which will make the Southeast 7 states. If it is now eventually approved, every other zone will be 7 states, apart from the Northwest, that will be 8 states. So Anioma is a win-win situation for Anioma if you look at it. And I like us to deepen this debate, maybe outside this forum. And that's why I think Kenneth Okonkwo did not look at it with the empirical facts that were on the table. He spoke about Dada states because that is where he comes from. I know, like Ruben Abati said, everybody wants to be interested in their own zone. But the facts are very clear that in the 7 states that are being touted in the Southeast, Orashi, Aba, Etiti, Adada, Anim, and Anioma, Anioma stands to be most viable.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to come in here. You're talking about viability of Anioma and all of that. So you talk about viability, that Anioma has all the infrastructure on ground now. You said it's a fertile land. As we speak, can you tell me the tonnage of food that has been produced in Anioma? Because almost every state in Nigeria is fertile, but we don't see the empirical. Can you tell me
That's
the
a
tonnage
ludicrous question,
of
actually.
rice,
How
beans,
would
maize,
how would he
cowpea
possibly know what?
that is being produced in Anioma as we speak now?
So how will he possibly know? It's just a ridiculous. And this guy has that reputation for asking these ridiculous questions. How would he possibly know the tonnage of food being produced in Anioma? You know, I mean, there are certain things that you just do not know as a matter of pulling it from the inner recesses of your mind. Now, how would he know the tonnage? Just a ludicrous. But then, of course, this guy is just an idiot. This Rufai Seni.
We don't have rice. We have cassava. We have gari. We have yam.
Okay, can you tell me the tonnage of this food that's been produced?
We can export it.
Can you tell me the
why
tonnage?
I can't give you the exact tonnage because we're not being allowed. Hold on. Why I can't give you the exact tonnage because we're not allowed to. We're not exporting now. But I'm telling you that the viability is such that we'll be able to export.
No.
Gari
I'm not saying in
Anioma.
export. I'm saying production tonnage. You might produce and not even export. Can you give me the viable tonnage that is even being produced, that is being farmed?
No, I can't give the exact tonnage.
Okay, so we don't have data on that. Secondly, so we don't have data on that. So we don't even know what the viability is like, since we don't have empirical data on that. Secondly, I want to read something to you from the Willings Commission report of 1958. And this Willings Commission report came after the 57 constitutional conferences we had. And in the 57 constitutional conferences, a lot of people were advocating for state creation, just like you are advocating for. In fact, then they were talking about Calabar, Ogoja, River states, and other states in the country. Then the British put it to a commission headed by Willings. And these were their explanation. As regards viability, they said the new states will lack manpower, finances, and clean boundaries. And
why are we reverting to British colonial times? That's just this guy is just an animal, really. There's no other way to describe it. Why are we reverting to British colonial times? The British colonial times left Nigeria as 3 regions, but as the evolution of time and development continues to make more demands, then those demands then necessitate the creation of additional states. When did the British leave Nigeria? We're nearly 100 years out of British colonial rule, and this idiot here, just for reasons of scoring a political point, is telling us the British did this and the British did that. What ridiculous! Anyway, I just get a visceral reaction whenever this guy comes on, because he's always looking. How would this guy know the tonnage of food being produced in Anioma? What sort of a ludicrous question is that? When he's agitating for a state, the state is clearly agriculturally viable, and the fact that he doesn't have the statistics immediate to hand does not then mean that the state is not agriculturally viable. It is patently, by quantum of the production coming out of that space, agriculturally viable. It's just ridiculous nonsense.
We create fresh minorities because the problem you are trying to solve, Ogoja, River states, and other states in the country. Then the British put it to a commission headed by Willings. And these were their explanation. As regards viability, they said the new states will lack manpower, finances, and clean boundaries. And they will create fresh minorities. Because the problem you are trying to solve with the marginalization of the Anioma people will now arise, because people like the Mundokwa, some year down the line, will say, no, why must we be with these other sets of people? Because exactly that was what happened when we had Bendel states. The people in Delta felt, why must we be with the Edo people? They are the ones taking everything. We created Delta State, and Delta State has not solved the problem. The second point from the Willings report in 58, it will create divisiveness. It will create more problems of divisiveness. These were some of the recommendations of the Willings report, and those recommendations are still apt today. State creation will create the need to create more state creation because we have to actually see a bigger level of agitation. What will you say as regards some of the arguments as espoused in the Willings reports?
You see, that report, was skewed because the British had divided us with their boundary delineation. For example, Ndoni in Rivers State, Ndoni, they speak pure Kwani. They are brothers, they are sisters, but they were in terms of delineation, it took the Ndoni people from original Delta or Bendel or Ndokwa it should have been on, it took them to Rivers. And you also know that you have the Jaws in six states, just like you also have in our Ndokwa, we have these so-called speaking people in Ndokwa East. What you have said is not far from the truth, but because the British people knew what they were doing, they knew that they brought the issue of divide and rule, which you must agree. They feared that the more independent people became by the creation of states, the more people were going to be vociferous, the more people were going to resist their rule, and so they did not want this to happen. And so if you're taking us back there, then maybe we're going back to what we will not want to remember, which was why you can see that even when the Asaba massacre happened during the Civil War, a lot of people kicked against it because Asaba division had been put to Benin division. Abo had been put to Warri division, to Yoruba side, and they did not want us to have our own identity as it is. But you see, creating fresh minorities would always happen. There is no way maybe you can call it that because I'm from Ndokwa today, I want to be the king on the table when Anioma state is created. Yes, I see where you're coming from, but that should not stop us from saying that we correct this imbalance of the 5 states that the Southeast have had, then we can judge with our Southeast brothers without having to look like we are...
All right, so that's the central point right there. The whole point of the exercise is to correct what they perceive to be an injustice that the Southeast only has 5 states. So it's not to do with viability of what the people want. It's just what they want, because the Southeast wants to, they try to see themselves as being equal in measure as a Yoruba person or a Northerner. So if they are to be equal in measure as a Yoruba person or a Northerner, then they feel that entitles them to the base minimum of however many states that those regions have. So I think we have do we have 6 states in the southwest? How many states do we have in the southwest? We have Ekiti, Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Osun, and Oyo State. So if they have that in the southwest and they only have 5 in the southeast, then they want to, by reasons of feeling that they're equal measure to the southwesterners and the northerners, they want to have an additional state to have at least a minimum of 6 states. So that's their strongest argument, and that is really where they're coming from. And even this guy from the Creeks, he admits it.
Minorities would always happen. There is no way maybe you can call it that because I'm from Ndokwa today, I want to be the king on the table when Anioma state is created. Yes, I see where you're coming from, but that should not stop us from saying that we correct this imbalance of the 5 states that the Southeast have had, then we can judge with our Southeast brothers without having to look like we are going to become conquerors because we have oil reserves, we are producing crude oil. We can now understand ourselves, and that modalities that will be worked out will allow us to live, peaceably together without people now thinking that, oh, once you're a minority, you're not going to get what you have. Because I know what you're saying is one of the reasons we're talking about is on the basis of equity. But we are Igbo. Our ancestors are from the Igbo land, right. And you cannot deny that fact that ties right. Anioma to the Southeast.
And well, I started by saying new states,
yes, I can hear you,
will most likely create new problems. Already, as you were talking,
yes.
Some people have started sending messages. One person says, if a state must be created in the Southeast, it must be Imbise State. One of your Anioma brothers sent a message from London and said, let Okolugbo face the issue. We are not Igbos. We are Anioma. We should just not talk about we coming from Igbo land. And you have repeated it. Another person has also intervened. So you see, new states, new problems. But you say you want Anioma state. Fine. And we thank you for joining us for this conversation and making your case. You didn't say why you don't want Adada State. So before Kenneth Okonkwo comes back. And he
because Adada State is not as viable as Anioma.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. I'm sure Kenneth Okonkwo is listening to you. But thank you all the same.
All right, so that's the argument for Anioma State. I'm going to give it only like about a minute or so. If anybody wants to come in to come and speak to this ridiculousness of an additional state in the southeast, then that's the link in the comment section right there. But I will be shutting it down just fairly shortly if nobody turns up. But no, there is no credible reason for an additional state in the southeast. It's just as simple as that. It's a tiny little sliver of a geographical space. We've got Midwest people. So Midwest, are you on board with this narrative of an Anioma state? For me personally, I just think it's ridiculous. I think there should be only 3 states in the southeast just because of the landmass they occupy.
One man, what I want to put there is that you see, my name speaks volume. I think the people of Anioma, Urobo, whether Shekiri and Edo, they should, hold bende. Midwest people should come together and tell the federal government to recognize their region. The reason is this. First, that is the only region since the arrival of the British. Every space you see in Nigeria, they were only created by few people sitting down and drawing line. The British did it when they created the northern Nigeria, Lagos. And 6 years later, they had Lagos to southern Nigeria. 14 years later, from the land of Calabar, they created the west and east. Immediately, and then they amalgamated us. So at the same time, immediately from that junction, after they independent, we were all part of from this land that they are calling Igbo land today, because for knowledge sake, I'm talking now. It was part of the western region, and we live with majority of the Yorubas. But however, along the line, the headers of the Benins and those who believe in the concept of Benin requested for a recognition of region. They feel marginal, not because of the Yoruba themselves. You know, the British fought hard war in those spaces. Oba Benin was taken, Nana Shekiri was taken, Jaja Pobo was taken. So a lot of kings as well. So they feel that pain of people occupying their land. So they decided to ask. But however, it did not also settle well with some Yoruba politicians that time. But because of their levels of civilization, even when people have differences, there should be a room for discussion. So they discussed the matter. Everybody understand that they came to agreement to say, so, okay, let's go for a referendum. And that space was carved. That place I'm referring to is bigger than the 5 states of Igbo land. Population otherwise is more than that place. Resources, they are more than. But when they were creating this geopolitical zone, they added to South-South. And that South-South as well, the other part of the South, they were also requesting for a region ready from the eastern part of Nigeria, and the middle belt were also requesting for their own. But when they put us together, we feel marginalized. But I feel it is time for people to see the drawing board clearly. The Nigerian government is very careless about the feelings of Nigerians. We accommodate ourselves for many years. Nigeria can move to every place.
Sorry, Midwest. What's your argument? Just so we have a clear
What I'm trying to say.
Hold on. Let me ask you a direct question so we're not lost in the fog of it all. Which state are you arguing for? Are you arguing for a Anioma state, or are you arguing that? Hold on now, my brother. Are you arguing for an Anioma state, or are you arguing for yes, an additional state, but somewhere else in the south from your own region? So just give us condense it so we can understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, my argument is that the Midwest region should be recognized and more states should be created. Anioma state must come in. Urobo should have their state. And if possible, the area of Ishekiri and some Ijo area, they should have their state. So, and the
all
Edo
right,
North should have their
all right.
state.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
that
Are
that
you
is my
saying
point of
no?
argument.
Just
Because
hold on.
this, yeah,
Guy. Just, please now, just bring the tempo down. Are you saying the Anioma state should be part of the wider South states rather than part of the Southeastern state? So are you saying Anioma state should be created but as part of the South geo region? Is that what you're saying?
no, see what I'm trying to say. You see, they created zone and without proper consultation, and they are now using zone to balance state creation, which is very wrong for the people of Midwest. I'm talking for my own interest and the interest of West Nigeria, component of people that make those areas. I hope our politicians should hear my voice and wake up on their slumbers. The region should be recognized. More states should be created, and Yoma people should have the state they desire. They want states, and everybody want that place to be that is the only place Nigeria government need to revisit, because we need an Anioma state. Urobo should have their state. They have resources.
All right. Before you go, just hold on.
Wait, let me
No.
You
You're just going to take us on a journey. But you go by the name Midwest. Can you tell us where the geographical mass is? We have the map on the screen. So what constitutes Midwest in terms of how Nigeria is configured at the moment?
Edo State and Delta and some part of Bayelsa to some extent. That is where Midwest is. Right. So that geographically is bigger than the 5 states of Igbo land. Who's supposed to cry for marginalization? Is it not the people of that place? In terms of contribution, that place I mentioned contributes more than every other region as far as Nigeria is concerned. In terms of natural resources, what is in Urobo land alone can take care for those areas. What is in that place they are talking can take care for the whole citizens of that place. What is in the Edo can take care. Why are we in 2 states? It's a question. The land is bigger than Igbo land. Population is more than. So why are they demanding for more states? So the way, let me just add this one. The way federal government is, we don't expect this one from anywhere, from a leader from southern part of Nigeria, or this state creation, to be frankly speaking, shouldn't be an issue at this moment because there's insecurity, there are other things. But if we want to create state, we should do it with honesty and consult one another, not the state of lobbying where majority is Senate. By the way, let me give you a brief history. This man that is talking that place is an Igbo land. One man, this is very important for history purpose. When the Midwest region was created, 12 tribes were recognized. And when it was recognized, Igbo was not in their midst. And the person who signed it to law that time, the Senate president, was an Igbo man. He did not complain. The then president of Nigeria was an Igbo man. He did not say Igbo is there. Why are they not claiming it as an Igbo land? Because people opened up for migration. And that state creation may trigger many things in the mind of people, so that we don't start hurting ourselves because people feel threatened. Everybody feel threatened now. If you look globally, it's like that spirit of protectionalism is coming out, where people feel people are encroaching their space. And it's happening within our own country. Why government turn blind eyes? When you create state with lie, it will not work. If the people want to join the Southeast, consult with them. Let them speak with at least one voice, not voices in the Senate, because they have colleagues who can say, I have it, no have it, and when you start bringing some other things, and everybody they don't know the causes of the problem. This is what I want to add to it. Let any Igbo man come here and tell us when that Midwest was created. When an Igbo man was the Senate of the President of Nigeria, why didn't they say that place belonged to Igbo? This is my question to them.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Midwest, for opening it up. So, Midwest, let's move it around a bit, get other people's opinions as well. We go to comparable facts, Simba, and then Omorui. We do just like about 5 minutes just so that everybody gets to speak quickly. So we come to you next, comparable facts. So now, there's 2 questions. First, do you agree? In fact, 3 questions even. First, do you agree that there should be additional states in Nigeria? Do you think that there's a need for additional states in Nigeria? That's the first question. And then, if you think that there's a need for additional states in Nigeria, do you think those additional states? Simba, please, can you mute yourself? I can't mute you from here, and you're cutting through.
Hello.
No, Simba is cutting through, so I just want him to mute. Simba.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm waiting for Simba to mute because all right. So I'm asking you. I'm speaking to you now. Can you not hear me? Can everybody else hear me?
Oh man, I can hear you.
Yes. No. Maybe you take the floor. Then this is Prestige and it's shaky network.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me, Prestige, or do you want me to go to?
Can you hear me, one man?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
One man.
All right. Yeah, I can hear you, but you clearly cannot hear me. So, Omoruyi, you take the floor. So the question I was putting to Prestige: do you agree that there should be additional states in Nigeria? If you do agree, where do you think those states should go? And how strong do you think the argument is for an Anioma state?
Yeah, for me, should not be a priority. But they're doing it for their political and selfish convenience. Those clamoring for state, somebody like Senator Nedunwoko, for example, the more you narrow the state creation to his own region, the easier it is for him to have access to the national cake. So, and if we continue to create states, we might end up having over 100 states because the agitation will continue unabated. It will continue without an end. So state creation for now is not supposed to be a priority. Viability is also very, very important. Of what essence is it that you continue to create states that cannot even take care of themselves? The kind of federalism we have in Nigeria, where governors at the end of the month, no matter how lazy they are, they go cap in hand begging for arms in Abuja, is what is causing all this nonsense. If we have true federalism, where states are independent of their own to take care of themselves, the agitation will be less. And again, for those of the Southeast that are agitating for one additional state, they don't take their region or population or the land mass into consideration. What they are after is, they call it marginalization too, because if the other regions, like the South zone, Northwest zone and other zones, all have 6 states each, they have the opinion that why should they have 5? And without, putting into consideration.
Carry on. Yeah, so carry on.
Yeah, they don't put into consideration just the way you see it. They don't see it from that perspective. Everything in Nigeria is about suspicion, no mutual trust. Everything is about marginalization. Everything is about mutual suspicion. So the question before them in their mind is, why should they have 5 when every other zone have 6 states each?
Yeah, but
so,
is that not a valid argument though? Because if you look at the ethnic populations in Nigeria, in numbers, there might actually be more Igbo people than there are Yorubas. And outside of the Hausas, I think the Igbos are the largest ethnic stock numerically. So if they are in number one of the largest populations in Nigeria, ethnic nation populations, then why should they have the least in terms of geographical mass and representation at the federal level? So I think that's where the argument is.
Exactly. So for the sake of, if you come from this perspective, for the sake of balance, for the sake of feeling equity and justice as people we carve it, it is fair in that regard. Why should every region have 6 and you are giving another region 5? When this issue of trust is always there, issue of marginalization, is always there. So if you come from that angle, for the sake of balance and equity, I think it will be justifiable to say there should be additional state. But another angle is, where are you carving it from? The people, you can already say here when Abate was talking, somebody is already sending tests that you cannot force us to be part of the East where we are not part from. We are not from Igbo. People are already having that mindset. So part of these people are already saying we are from Edo. The other part is saying we are from Delta. So, and they have never considered this, they have never put this into consideration where states and even local governments have been created. and that has always created tension among, has created ethnic tension among the people of Nigeria. So the only, like Midwest said, the only creation that has been done in history through referendum has been that of Midwestern region. Since then, nobody has been consulted. They just do it the way they like. They draw borderlines to suit their political and administrative convenience. So I think there should have been need for consultation, so that at the end of the day, if you give Anioma state, about 5 or 6 people are already agitating for their own state there. The question is, how long do we continue to create states that people may feel belong? Thank you. I rest it there.
But Mr. Moruyi, you see, it gets more complicated before it gets easier. If you want an additional, let's just put it Igbo states, just for the purposes, just to be clear on what we're saying. If you want an additional Igbo state, then the argument for that, the Igbo state. Sorry, Simba, you have to be muted because your background noise is interfering with the stream. Simba, I can't mute you from here, Simba. So mute yourself, please. Your background noise. Let me put you to the back. If you want an additional Igbo space, then you have to expand the Igbo region, because if you look at where the Igbos occupy at the moment, it's just a tiny little piece of land, and already those 5 Igbo states already. Sorry, Simba, mute, and then I'll bring you back up because I can't mute you from here, and your background noise is interfering with the stream. So there's already the landmass is already too small for the 5 states. There should only really be 3 states in Igbo land at the moment. For them to get that additional state, then that their land area has to expand, and that's where the difficulty comes in, because they have to cut into Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Cross Rivers, Bayelsa Delta, Edo, Kogi, and Benue for them to expand in sufficient enough land mass to justify an additional Igbo state. But then, of course, you can already hear the resistance to that just from the text being sent to Ruben Abati. So where are they going to get the land space from to get that additional Igbo state?
Yeah, this analysis makes sense to an extent. But some people, to other people, they feel their land is being encroached into. This was the tension, like somebody mentioned, was it Rufai or Abati? This was the same problem they had during when the Bender state was created. Those from the Benin side of it, the Conrad those states were more influential politically and otherwise. So they got Bender because of the influence they had, the political influence they had. So our Delta brothers were agitating that everything was concentrated in Benin City. So they clamored, to get their own state. At the end of the day, it was created. Today we have Delta. And part of this Delta, we also have a Delta Igbo, the Aniomas and those from Agbo, Hazis and all that. So now if you now force people to belong to the way they don't want to just for the sake of balance, there will be tension in the future, because they're still going to come up to say, we are not comfortable being with these people. The minority interest will continue unabated. And this is the way I see it. For balance, yes, there is need for at least for them to have another state to make it 6, so that they will feel sense of belonging, and this clamor for complaint of marginalization will be reduced at least to an extent. It's not going to eradicate it completely. That will make sense in that regard. But forcing people to say, no, because you want to balance a certain region to make them have 6 states, like Midwest said, you now forcing people to belong to that area. People already said it, oh, we don't belong there. And this has been the problem. Even before the Civil War, maybe you have heard something like where they say the property they had in Benin, in Yoruba land, where during the war, somebody took care of them. The Yoruba people took care of this property. They saved their rent for them. After the war, they gave them back their property and gave them the rent they collected. But those are supposed to be brothers from Rivers and others, confiscated their property. because they were not comfortable. There was this fear of domination by the majority Igbo tribe even before the war. So they were not really comfortable being part of that war. That was part of what led to the defeat, the easy defeat of Biafra as a nation.
Let me hold you to that fear of domination narrative, because we could hear that in the text being sent to Ruben Abati as he was interacting with his guest. And those texts being sent to Ruben Abati, it echoes a wider resistance narrative within that particular topic of discourse, an additional southeastern states. You hear that from the Iquiris as well, that they don't want to be any part of it because they don't consider themselves to be Igbos. Do you think the resistance that we're hearing from all these spaces that the Southeast needs to expand into for an additional state, do you think the resistance that we're hearing from there is the fear of being dominated by the Igbo people?
Exactly. And it has always been there. And again, to take it further, that was the biggest mistake, one of the biggest mistakes Nnamdi Kanu made. You agitated for something, you could see his utterances. He was already drawing a map without due consultation. That was a blunder. That was a slight on the people of that region. You already drew a map up the way to Edo and every other places. So if you look at those utterances, it do not surprise you that people are afraid of being dominated by these major ethnic nationalities. So you have not gotten what you wanted. You're already drawing a map. You try to take it in by force, either by hook, line, and sinker, irrespective of how the people feel. It's not done that way. People will always want to agitate, but they will feel more comfortable, at least to an extent that, we are part of this discussion. You can't force people to belong to where they don't want to belong. The agitation will remain. Like I said, I don't know where it's going to end. The fear has always been there, even before the Civil War. After the Civil War, it's going to remain there. So state creation, by my own calculation, in terms of ability, is not what we need right now. But for the sake of balance and political convenience, I think there's need for another state for Eastern region. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Stay with us, Omori. Let's go from you to Mano Prestige. So now Prestige. No, this agitation now for an additional southeastern state is a very complex agitation. If you look at the southeast as it's composed at the moment, it's just a tiny little spot within the Nigerian space. So for there to be an additional state within the southeast, the landmass has to expand, and that is where the difficulty comes in. And then there's even stronger arguments for additional states in other regions ahead of the southeast. If you look at places like where's the map? If you look at places like Niger State, for instance, or Borno State, or Bauchi State, Kwara, Oyo, etc., just in terms of the sheer volume of their land mass, then you will say that there's more of an argument for additional states there. The southeast, as it's composed at the moment, only constitutes about 3% of the Nigerian overall land mass. So this agitation for additional states in the southeast, is this an argument for more representation? Is this for better governance for the people? And is there any viability to it? And is there a more credible argument for more states in other regions outside of southeast? Give us about 5 minutes, Prestige, and then we're going to Simba.
All right. Good morning. From where I'm coming from, afternoon, one man. I don't know if you saw my it's on my post. I call it it's smarty pants or know it all. You don't even know where this state is being extraction, but I don't know if you're playing game that is being extracted from Delta State, not from Edo State, according to your narrative earlier. So that's why that's why I said let me bust your bubble and call you smarty pants, which I did. But anyway, I like to mess with you. But having said that, very good question that he posed. I don't know if he had me rap from even about a year ago or something like that when all this nonsense was coming up. I was never a proponent. Even I thought I said that on the damage where we have more Southeasterners, they pile on me, but it's just my opinion, and I won't hesitate to state my opinion anywhere, anywhere I am. Because I have my reasons. It's not that I'm not from the Southeast. I don't want anything beneficial to them. Yet should they have more representative? You can say they don't have more representative. But anyway, let me start from here. The creation of more state, is not based on landmark. It's based on population. Okay, so let's get that fast straight. Just because Niger State, they have the highest landmark, so you decided to create one more, two more states. If we are going by that narrative, they probably should have about four more states. With how many population? Like about 1,000 for one state. It's not how state is being structured. It's based on population. So put the landmark, thing aside. So you asked me a question. No, I'm not in favor of this, but I can see their point of view. Okay, in terms of what that would do to that region. Let's just assume, everybody agrees. Some people may not agree within that region. You know, um, Politically, yeah, there's a greater representative. That's a political leverage. Development and resources control. Yes, that's another benefit. Cultural affirmation and unity among your ethnic people. That's a plus. Strategic position in terms of Nigerian federal structure. Yeah, that benefit the Southeast if they decided to align with them. But there's a lot of cautionary tale, in my opinion. Creation of more state is not viable. That's not what we need in Nigeria at this present time. Why am I saying this? Okay, let's assume, the consensus, is being adopted, you created a normal state. There are some people in particular Johannesburg, from what I read, they are not really endorsing it because they feel like they are not consulted. This is definitely true. And if you look at the ultra, Anioma dynamic, even within itself, you have some people within that side, like Dr. Bati just said, people are testing him or something like that. It may be minority. I think the people that I know, definitely, they are called, I think, Ndokwa Apuani. They say, no, we don't want to be compared to be in that, to be in that zone or whatever, if that's going to be, let's have our own state. They are like in thousands. So they don't want to be with them. So you can't just force people who don't want to be with you to be with you. That's not the way it was. And you have to look at this, look at some of the state we have right now. It's not so they can't even afford to sustain themselves, and you want to create more state. The cost and execution how can you can't even deliver infrastructure, governance or development, and you're asking for more state. It doesn't make any sense. And there's some federal.
Prestige. There's the argument that the creation of additional states actually brings governance closer to the people, and
But
therefore,
that selfishness, one man. Come on now, I think you are wiser than that.
no, no. How is that selfish? If your state
It's
house is
people like
closer
Nate
to
Nwoko that wants to be a governor. It's a selfishness because that's going to create more bureaucracy. It's going to create more representative governorship or something like that. It's the greediness of the politicians. Yes, it's selfishness. That's what it is. Look at it in that way because I'm not saying Nate Nwoko is going to be governor of Anioma State, but he's going to benefit and he's going to create more representative senator and all that kind of things. The same thing we have they don't even care for the people they govern. It's about their own belly, what benefit them. No, I'm just trying to be loud about how I feel. It doesn't make any sense. Okay? It does not make any sense. I don't see any benefit. And moreover, you are asking for creation of more state. How about people with larger population? Let's just use one state. Yeah, or you're not your man. That's why I'm not picking on you. Yeah, from Oyo. Forget about the landmass, which is not my opinion. I'm basing on population. And or your state is probably in population wise bigger than two states in the southeast or whatever their state they want to. So they're gonna ask for more state. And they have the right, based on population to get more state. Then you are diluting, your purpose because you want more representative, state representative and other structure you want to get. That dilute your argument because if you create another state from, let's just assume, or your state, maybe somewhere in the north too, maybe Kano or whatever, then your representative, you wish you are representative, okay, let's assume you is, you decided to get additional, let's just say about 15 more representative. or your state is going to create. They're gonna give them 15 more representative or 20 because they're bigger. Maybe somewhere in the north. So what is the purpose of you asking for more representative? Because so you can have more, you can benefit more from the federal area.
Prestige, let's add a bit of data to the conversation that we're having.
Okay.
Just the demography of the Nigerian population. The Hausas, as I think we all already know, they constitute the majority of Nigerians. They're
Are you
29.
sure?
Well,
Okay.
that's what the data says.
Okay.
The Hausas are 67 million in Nigeria, 29% of the population. The Yorubas, 47 million, 21% of the population. The Igbos, 38 million, 17% of the population. The Fulanis, that they are 28 million, 12% of the population. And then the thieves, they are 6 million, 2.5 are the Kanuris, where our friend Hassan comes from, 5.5 billion are 2.4%. Ibibios, Ijos, Nupes, Guaris, Idoma, Ibira, Urobo, Ishekiri, and the Efik, who are less than 1 million in population. So that's the rough demographic breakdown of Nigeria. So if you are actually arguing for additional states, is there not a stronger argument for an additional Yoruba land state carved out of because the strongest argument in Nigeria is actually for an Ibadan state, just because of its historical significance, its population, and its land mass. So, is there not a stronger argument for an Ibadan state than there is for an Anioma state?
Okay, I don't really believe that a historical value, but I believe in population. So maybe I'm not too much cultural in that regard. What does historical value add to me or add to people? So I don't believe in that. But that's the opinion. I believe in population. Landmark is debatable, okay? Because landmark doesn't landmark. I don't see the purpose of the landmark because like I use an example of Niger State with the highest landmark. So you give them 4 more states. But anyway, but you're making the same statement that I'm making. That if you ask for more state, people from Oyo is going to ask for more. Oyo State is going to ask for more state. Why are they asking for more state? Let's be real, because they want more representative. They feel like the southeast is being shortchanged because they don't have enough. They don't have a balance. I mean, they don't have enough representative to balance other region. But this is where we are just because of the way we are located, the population, period. Because I mean, Igbos are the most traveled. About you can say about 1/3. I don't have the data to prove, but I can bet that at least 1/3 of the Igbo nation, they are not living in the southeast. 1/3. I don't want to go. I'm trying to be conservative. I don't want to go half. I mean, some people pull it like half. Are living in other state, northwest, and other kind of things. So you have to be based on population. What we have in the southeast, we are in terms of population wise, we are smaller than other regions. Just because our people tend to migrate to other people, that kind of dilute, our population that way. It's not that we are not big, like you just properly stated. We are the third largest state. I mean, we are the third largest, a population, in terms of population wise, not by much that all other ones are bigger than us, but we should be able to get more state. If most of our people are living in the south, or maybe some other people migrated to the southeast, but it's not a lot of people outside the southeast that live in the southeast. So that's defeat their purpose. To be frankly, I'm not in favor of creation of state. Let's just make it. I mean, I can give you, point by point why I'm against it, but it's
All right.
strictly my own opinion.
Yeah, you can give us point by point, but let's move it around first. Everybody speaks, and then we open it up to the wider nuance that you want to introduce. So we open it up, take it in the direction of Simba. So Simba is a very complex one. I for one understand the argument for an additional southeastern state because there's underrepresentation at the federal level, and with that underrepresentation, it gives them lesser access to the to the fat of the land in Nigeria, to put it in that sort of a manner. So I can somewhat see that argument that for an ethnic nation of the size of the southeast to have the least amount of states. So I can understand that argument, but in terms of the geographical landmass, I cannot understand that argument. And I can understand also that equal argument coming out of that region as well. I'm citing Ibadan as possible a stronger argument for an Anioma state. But they continue to push this narrative of Anioma state, and it looks as though the parliament is starting to listen to it. But do you buy into that argument that there should be an Anioma state, Simba?
I don't buy to the argument of creation of any state in any part of Nigeria. Talk less of even saying that we should have an Anioma state. And one
Simba
man.
do Chilona.
So let me correct some points that you have made earlier. State creation is not based on ethnicity in Nigeria. So it's not based on ethnicity. So get that one corrected. It's not based on ethnicity. And then when you talk about the population itself, the population of the Southeast is the least of all the 6 geopolitical zones that we have. So, and if you talk about landmass, it's also the least. So I don't know on what criteria are they agitating for states. And mark my word, I said state creation in Nigeria is not based on ethnicity. If you look at, if you want to go back to the history, Nigeria, according to the colonial master, they divided us into 3 regions. And if you look at the southern region, that time, which comprises of the western region and the eastern region, look at those 2 regions. How many states have come out from the western region and how many states have come out from the eastern region? Forget about Igbo. Because as I said earlier, it's not based on ethnicity. So if you look at that block of eastern region, they have more states in that region now than even the old western region. So, the problem that we have is that our political elite always think that dividing us more will actually solve our problem, which is actually what I feel is that it's creating more problem. Because you are earlier attacking Rufai, he made a strong statement, say, by dividing us more, we create new minorities. And that is what is happening. Look at the old Midwestern region. The Midwestern region that comprises only one state, only Midwestern region that time. They broke it down when the Delta people were clamoring for states. They broke it down to Delta. The same Delta people now are now clamoring for another state. Has it solved the problem? Because within this same Anioma state, we still have minorities that will start agitating later in life.
Sorry, Simba, let me ask you a question. Do you think the Southeasterners are underrepresented at the federal level? And if you do, then how do you think that should be addressed?
The issue that I'm telling you is not about the representation in Nigeria. Is not based on ethnicity. It's not based on ethnicity, and we are making that mistake. It's not based on ethnicity. Oh, okay, if you are talking about, who represented the Gala people here? Who represented the Nupe people in the National Assembly? Who represented the Thief, the Jukuns, the Jos? The problem that we are making is that we always think that Nigeria comprises of only 3 ethnic groups, which is Yoruba, Igbos, and Hausa. That is the mistake we are making. The representation in Nigeria, whether by state creation or representation in our national discourse, is not based on ethnicity. I think what is actually
if you were an Igbo man, would you be taking that? Because I know that you are chest out very proud Yoruba man. If you were a chest out very proud Igbo man, and you have this mass of population, and you are the least represented of the major groups at the parliamentary presidential level, would you not feel somewhat aggrieved that you are not represented sufficiently?
Woman, as I said earlier. Okay, let me ask you now. The Hausas in Nigeria, are they marginalized or not? How many Hausas can you say is in the National Assembly in terms of representation?
A lot. Hausa land is
No, okay.
Kano,
As
Kaduna,
any
Sokoto,
Hausa
Zamfara,
man become president in that country?
Well, I don't think so. No.
So by the time we start bringing everything down to ethnic origin, we will be creating more problem for ourselves because we are multi-ethnic nation, over 300 and something ethnic group. How do you want to resolve that, woman? For the fact that my ethnic group is 1 million, another one is 15 million, does that make me a less Nigerian? But by the time we are narrow everything down to ethnicity, that is why we are causing more problem. Okay, let me give you, for example, now. Look at in terms of land mass, Lagos. What is the population of Lagos?
Lagos should be about 21 to 25 million. It's
million. So did they, in terms of population, did they deserve more state or not?
They don't have the land mass now. That's
it's okay. So land mass now, you remove land mass now, but in terms of population, they are qualified. Is Southeast East, the Southeast, are they in terms of land mass? Are they qualified to have more states?
No, that's why they are trying to cut into Edo State and River State. So they need to expand that land mass.
Okay, what is the basis of creation of more states? Is it not to solve problem? The problem that we think we have.
To bring
agitation for state has been there right from the inception of the country, and people they will not stop agitating until the end of that country. And we have known, not only in Nigeria, people seceding, it doesn't improve their laws. I think what we should be looking at, okay, how can we improve? I think if we have good governance in Nigeria, all this agitation will be less. But be creating more states for the benefit of the politicians, for the few elites, is to mean we are creating more problem. We gave example. Look at this data. This data that this problem is emanating from now. They were agitating. When they were Midwest, everybody was agitating together. Immediately they give them data. They started agitating within themselves. Do you think that if they give them a Anioma state, it will solve the problem? And we always come back here discussing, making excuses for another, giving other reasons for creation of another state. What is the? Let me tell you, woman. Let me ask you. What is the size? Don't you know that Nigeria is too small for the population that we have? Nigeria as a country.
You mean as a landmass?
As a landmass, yes. There are so many countries in Africa that are bigger than Nigeria, and they don't have half of our population, even 1/3 of our population. They don't have. Look at Egypt. Egypt is about 114 million population. Egypt is bigger than Nigeria. Algeria is bigger than Nigeria. Sudan is bigger than Nigeria. Niger is bigger than Nigeria. Mali is bigger than Nigeria. There's so many countries that are bigger than Nigeria. Saudi, that with a 35 million population, is about 3 times size of Nigeria. And then we keep on dividing based on what? Now the same resources that we are sharing. It's not as if we have more revenue. Is it not the same revenue they will be dividing among this same new state that they will? So you think that the revenue will increase with creation of more states? It's the same revenue that 36 are sharing now. If they increase to 50, they will have less money. So where is it? And then we create more bureaucracy because the cost of governance will increase. We don't benefit for the people.
All right. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Woman, let me make this before you ask me that question. The best time that we ever had in Nigeria was when we were three regions. That was the best time that we ever had in that country. Now we are 36. Abuja make it 37. Are we better off? I beg, let's stop all this nonsense that we are doing now.
If we want that question answered, I'll say we're better off. The only thing that holds that better off manifesting itself is that those 36 states, they're not still under under regional governance. If we still have regional governance, but then it's broken down into these smaller states, then it will be more impactful. But talking about impact, you said, oh, even the smallest tribe is still as Nigerian as the biggest tribe. I agree with that. The smallest tribe in Nigeria being the Efik. So even with that, there is such a thing as representation, and there is no arguing that the Southeasterners are underrepresented at the parliamentary level because they have fewer local governments, they have fewer, by extension, fewer members of the Senate, House of Reps, and by that, their argument is not as strong in terms of the developing, agitating for their own region. Their voice is not as potent as other regions that have the numbers in parliament. So it is that underrepresentation that marginalizes them. And no matter how strong the argument is, it's just a matter of numbers. They are restricted to 5 states. Those states have, I think they get three senators or 2 from most of the southeastern states. So, and even Kano
Every
State
state,
about 12,
every state in Nigeria, well, one man.
as one of the biggest ethnic groups within the Nigerian paradigm, there's no escaping it that they are underrepresented, and it's all wrapped around this state creation.
Well, as I said earlier, I don't know why you are still insisting. The state creation and representation in Nigeria is not based on ethnicity. It's not based, so I don't know why you are still repeating that they are underrepresented.
But that's how we see it now. We see Nigeria along ethnic lines now.
But it's wrong, and that's why we are still having the same problem. Because that's the way we see it, and it does not solve our problem. So why should we be repeating the same mistake that we are making? Why should we be repeating it? It has not been helping us.
State creation has never solved the minority interests. So it's not going to solve it, not today, not tomorrow. But for the sake of political balance and confidence, to subdue the agitation for equity and the sense of belonging, and for political balance.
Comrade Omari, when they said, I've forgotten this adage that they said that dig your enemy's hole very shallow, because you might be the one that will actually enter into that pit. Let me give you most of the things that influence the creation of states in Nigeria are not actually what's supposed to be influencing it. Let me ask you, for example, when the Midwest region was created at that time, it was created to weaken the Western region because of their financial dominance that they have in Nigeria. But what has it cost? And then immediately Gowon came in 1866 to weaken the so-called agitation of the Biafra. That was when it splitted that same region into 3. Rivers, the southeastern, and the eastern region. I mean,
the 12 states out of the 3.
No, it created 12 states, but it splitted the eastern region into 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So the motive, whatever that is actually influencing state creation, whatever creation in Nigeria, it's not for the benefit of the people. It's not for good governance.
No, it's for greed. There's selfish interest.
It's not for good governance. So I don't know why people are falling to the pit, the trap of all these politicians that are the few elite that are leading us. They will just throw it to us, and then people like one man will come here and be giving us reason and giving us something that are not actually tenable.
In this regard, you are very right, because an example, to get what he wants because he knows governorship will be closer to him.
All right. You're breaking somewhat, comrade. I think you're driving, so we can. Are you ever out of your car? You are in Midwest. Do you actually live in your car? Do you live in cars? Do you have houses?
No, I just
every time I
went for a workout. I'm going back to my place.
All right.
I just went for a workout.
All right, Bilan. Simba, let's bring AY into the conversation because I'm still insistent that there's an argument for an additional southeastern state, but but for that argument to really hold, the southeast has to expand in landmass, and that's where the difficulty is. So it's Anioma state again, AY, and the southeasterners are insistent. Do you have any sympathy for the creation of that additional state?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning,
Good
one
morning.
man.
Good morning.
One man, I don't know you can be fair. Today is the first time I'm hearing you are trying to
I
be
think the
fair
Southern
to
Israel will be very
everybody.
careful. Even if they are keeping it, they will be careful because they don't trust this group.
Yeah,
If one man is supporting it.
one man, even my local government, we need a state to tell your chairman. The thing is, what is actually true this morning, I think, to be honest, everybody that has spoken on this issue, they are kind of right. Simba argument is valid, Morui argument valid, Woma argument is valid. In all honesty, today, that's the way I'm going to look at it. But here is what I'm going to add, right? Why I say Simba argument is valid is you look at it, what is the main reason for creating additional states in Nigeria? It's not really for the benefit of the people somehow. It's not for development. It's not for economic viability. All these ones, they are all defeated, right? Then you look at it from the point of one man. Definitely, the South is supposed to have one additional state for balancing. But the question is asking again is a very serious question. You look at the large mass of the Southeasterners. So now the question is, are they going to take land from other regions? The region they want to take land from, are they willing to give up their land? So those are very serious questions, right? And if you really look at it, right, to be honest, if we live in a civilized country, what we are supposed to do, one, I think there should be what's it called? A kind of like a vote in that area to show
referendum.
A referendum. If the people in that region, if they really want to be part of the Southeast, I think referendum is very, very important. So if majority said, yeah, we want to be with the Southeastern, I think you have to create the state. So and they have to really define the state, like in terms of the boundaries, right? They have to define which part will make up the Anioma state, for example. So me, I would ordinarily think like you have to cut some part of Anambra because Anambra is also a big state. And the other question is, are we creating state in terms of population or in terms of land mass? That's the other question. But I ordinarily think if you really want to create a normal state, some part of maybe Onitsha should be part of that state. You have to cut out some part of Anambra, cut out the Igbo region in the Delta state.
Are you suggesting going across the bridge?
We already going. So if you look at it, ordinarily the bridge supposed to be a natural divider, but right now we already going across the bridge already. So if Nigeria agree for Anioma to be part of the Southeast, you're actually going across the bridge already. But bridge supposed to be natural divider. So if you are going across the bridge, you better go across it. It's all part of Nigeria anyway. So and they have to have serious discussion because if you are a coach here, for example, I'll be hearing a banker, they are Igbo people, blah blah blah. If the Benin, don't forget, they're gonna be like a lot of fight over that land. So the Benin, are they willing to give up their land? Because that is not an Igbo land naturally. Because you might have Igbo people in that region. Probably you give it their land to stay. Now, do you want to colonize the land? It's a lot of questions, to be honest. We just have to. But if you ask the original question, like does the Southeasterners deserve additional state? I would say yes, because they having 5 states, other region having 6 states, 7 states in one of the region. I think it's unfair.
Why can I
But
ask you a question? Why?
go ahead.
If we keep on dividing the country based on ethnicity, how far can we go? Because you have some Igbo in the River State, you have some Ijo in, I think in Ondo. Then it
Yes.
become it don't make any sense to me.
Yeah. So that I forgot to even mention Man of Press, even though he changed his name. Man of Press argument is also very valid, right? He's looking at it objectively. If we keep dividing the country,
sorry, let me drop for about half an hour. Simba takes charge. Carry on.
Okay. What Man of Press is asking, if we keep dividing the state, where are we gonna end? So it's more like if you cut an Igbo state from data now, so tomorrow the Igbo people will come back and said, you know what, we have our people in rivers, call that state for us. So these are actually a valid question. Me, generally, if you listen to me, my agitation is, in fact, regionalize Nigeria, give more power to local government. Let's develop at that level, because apart from the southeast, apart from the southwest, the core southeastern, to be honest, Nigeria is going to be very difficult to say you want to create a state that will just speak the same language. Then the core northerner, like the northwest, those are where you have like uniformity in language. If you look at northeast, north central, south, you cannot have uniformity of language in those regions. There is no way you are going to call those states. It's going to be very, very hard, because you look at Ijo that are dominant in the south. You have Ijo in Bayelsa, you have Ijo in Rivers, you have Ijo in Delta, you have Ijo in part of Edo. If on those states, you have Ijo in part of Ondo. So Nigeria is very difficult. That is why when we keep thinking along this tribal line, we are not going to end anywhere, because Man of Press was saying that Igbo, Wakota of Igbo or something, they are outside the East. To be honest, I think it's up to half. Because if except you've not traveled across Nigeria, that's why when I hear people, some my sister brother talking about division of the country, I'm like, you will lose more, because in all honesty, you go across Nigeria, even remote villages in Nigeria, you will meet an Igbo man well established. So are you going to tell these people, sell your land, sell your property, pack your things and go to your region? No. So I think we should think along unity of Nigeria. That is what I always support, because it's very difficult. The way we want to go about it.
You know, that was what I was saying earlier. That creation of states in Nigeria is not based on ethnicity.
Yeah.
Our representation, even in the National Assembly and whatever we do, is not based on ethnicity. If you are bringing it, okay, let me give you for example now. How do you take care of the Yorubas in Edo? How do you take care of Yorubas in Kogi? How do you take care of Yorubas in Kwara?
Yeah. That's why it's really, really, really very difficult. But I think some Nigeria, they don't even know the composition of this state. That's why you hear us speaking like, even the northern, now you think ordinarily you would think, oh, everybody is Hausa, everybody. No way. You go to northeast, or more, you will run if they tell you the tribe. The advantage of the north is majority of people that live in the north, they speak one language. That's the only advantage. Trust me.
May I put this one? In Nasarawa State, I call some I call that man Hausa, the kind of slap where that man be throw for me. Now God save me, Safi Doja. I don't believe my eyes.
Let me tell you,
he was so annoyed.
Yes, now it's more brutal than you think. You know, people are not ready to learn in all this platform. I will give you an example. If you Kanuri man, announcer man will come and look for the daughter in marriage. The moment you see your announcer man, he says it's not give it to you. There are some Kanuri family that will never allow you to marry after Kanuri. It's as bad. but people don't really understand this stuff. So I still feel if we look for a way to work together as one country, it's gonna benefit everybody more. People, in fact, Nigeria is really too small for you to be divided into pieces, But what do I know? When you say this in man of president, no. If I go to the damage now, you say this, they will go after you. So it's really difficult to discuss with Nigeria. It's very difficult, but hope
let me
is
even
get
ask
better.
you, let me ask you this way. Which, if you want to, let us even go to north. Which states belongs to the Hausas?
So you know the Hausa Fulani, to be honest, at this point, anybody, you cannot separate them. Because
you know
those
what I'm
states,
saying? Let me tell you, one man he was asking ChatGPT that which state belongs to the Hausas. He mentioned Kwara, mentioned Kogi.
Kogi Akwarate. So that's what I'm saying, right?
So nearly all the states in the north will be mentioned, and some people cannot be using that argument. Meanwhile, when you get to those states, you might not even see any Hausa.
Look at it now. Look at the danger. Look at the danger. Let's assume you don't know Kwara, you don't know Kogi. Let's say it's a Nigerian that is born abroad. He's looking at the information on ChatGPT. Oh, yeah, Kwara is Hausa. You will take that argument and be arguing for nothing. Whereas the population of Hausa in Kwara they are actually minority. So
they don't even exist. They are just there like
exist. Yeah.
There is no town that will say, okay, this town belongs to Hausa.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, like what Man of President was also saying, right? So the fight you see, Ned is fighting. I love Ned. Ned is one person I think when I listen to him speak, it make a lot of sense on issues. But it's just greed, it's just selfish interest. So now Ned want create an Anioma say I will be the first governor. He will put in the money, will make sure he's gonna be much closer to the government. So they are fighting for their own interest. This is just the honest truth. It's not that they are fighting for the people. Maybe you create the state now. We want to really develop this state, turn it to one mini London so that my people can get job, my people can have security. That's not what they are thinking. Their whole thinking is political calculation. Create this state. I'm at the forefront. I will make sure I'm going to be the first governor. They just, that's the greed. But we have a long way to go in terms of all this division. Thank you.
Look, we don't. Sorry for me to comment. We don't have a long way to go. We just need to say it how it is. Okay, you people need to be told how it is, and then regardless of whose emotion is being hurt, like you have to look at people in the face and explain situations to them. The problem why this is getting to where it is now is, one, you have certain element in the media that is sympathetic to what quote unquote call marginalization, which does not exist. And when that narrative is being perpetrated across certain element in the media, in the mainstream media, it starts to seem as if that is the right situation. That is true, which is not true. Because if you look at the Southeast, I've had this argument on a different platform, and the other one of those guys was calling me anti-Igbo, Igbophobia, and all of those nonsensical name calling, which I didn't give a damn anyway. So when it comes to representation, the Southeast has more representation, government representation than any other region in Nigeria. So how do you mean, right? When a place that is 29,000 square kilometer, almost the same size of Oyo State, almost the same size.
So sorry, Progressive. That's the question you need to ask to say, are we creating this state in terms of landmass or in terms of the people? In terms of the people, Southeast have the number.
Whether people or landmass.
In terms of people, they have the
No,
number.
whether hold on one second. Whether people or landmass, right? So we can make the argument both ways now. Let's make the argument both ways. Say the people, if you are going to create more state for based on the number of the people there, then you have to go to Lagos State and divide Lagos State into 4 states based on the population in Lagos State. So is that the argument? Is that the conversation we are willing to have? based on population.
Yeah,
And
I get your
so
point.
so
Yeah,
if we are going,
valid.
whichever way you want to have the conversation, we can have it both ways. If you say, oh, because of population, okay, let's go to Lagos State, then I will divide Lagos into 4. Why not? It's almost the same population as the entire Southeast. So we can divide Lagos. Okay, we even divide it into 3 because it's over 20 million people. So we cannot continue to have that conversation. We have the conversation based on the land mass. What are you representing? Okay, so if you look at it, in my opinion, per square kilometer, they have more representation than any other region in the country. So if you want to create a state in the Southeast, okay, we start to create state everywhere. How do you mean when you have a Edo state that is nearly 20,000 square kilometers, 10,000 square less than the whole of Southeast, you know? Edo Delta that was divided into 2 was way bigger than the whole of Southeast. And it was only divided into 2 states. So are you telling me that Auchi is not developed enough, or Edo Central is not developed enough to be its own state? What kind of Anambra is just over 4,000 square kilometers, 4,000 plus square kilometers. The whole of Anambra state. Bayelsa is not even up. Whether Bayelsa is even up to that. So we can have this conversation across the whole country, country.
Right.
So I've always said to people, forget this nonsensical marginalization. We have a marginalization going on in Nigeria. It is the elite against the ordinary Nigeria. That is the marginalization that is happening in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
So this idea that because one person has not become a president or one region has not become a president, I don't give a damn. All I want to see is 24 hours electricity, good road, pipe-borne water, healthcare facilities. Those are the things I want. Look, when they were accusing Buhari of nepotism, I said, look, if he wants to make Aisha Buhari a minister or whatever, I don't care. Those things don't bother me. I don't look. Just provide good governance, give results, show working. There's no need. Like Simba said earlier, you're going to create another state, right? That state is going to have a state house of assembly. That state is going to have commissioners. You're spending money to just service government. Are we like somebody hit us in the head or what? Did I hit stone to hit us in the head? Like you're going
Everybody
to
is
take
looking for what to take, not ability to generate anything.
Money that they are saying is not enough. You're going to have a state governor.
Can I
You're
say
going to have
something?
a deputy governor. You're going to have a state house of assembly. You're going to have commissioners. You're going to have go ahead. A deputy governor. You're going to have a state house of assembly. You're going to have commissioners. You're going to have go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, progressive. You said something about landmass. I mean, landmass too doesn't buy it. If you look at Niger State, Niger State is about 76,000 kilometers and 6.7 million. So if you're gonna go by landmass, then you might as well divide them into 5 states. So everything we are just talking is nonsense. There shouldn't be any additional state. Period.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I don't support the creation of additional state anywhere in Nigeria. In fact, if we can even merge some state, let us even merge some state, because there's too much governance in that country. We're spending too much money running governance. It doesn't make sense for a country that is struggling for development. We have House of Assemblies, governors. Like, since you look at the creation of some states, right? Just look at the money that has been pumped into this state in terms of, if you look at, say, Edo Delta, for example, now. Just take the money that have been used to run governance in Delta State alone. Do you know what that money could have provided for the people? Do you know what that money could have provided? You have the governors, governor, the executive side.
Especially now, the people are even talking of reverting back to the old regional structure. The idea of creating more states does not really make any sense to anybody.
No,
people are clamoring for reverting to regional structure. People are here creating more states. Even if you create 300 states from the existing Nigeria, it will not be okay. Now, in Edo, for example, we'll be talking about 3 states. Edo South is qualified to be a state. Edo Central is qualified to be a state. Edo North is qualified. And among these people, each local government will be clamoring for their own state. So how long do we continue to do this? That people may feel belong.
It doesn't make sense. Like, this is why I said the other day you'll be accusing government of nepotism because of the people that they look. Why don't we see ourselves? This is why I don't. When will we start to see ourselves as Nigerians? When would that time come? You will say, I am a Nigerian. It doesn't matter if a government is bringing in 30 people from one. I don't care. Even look at custom, or you go to X. The way people say, "Oh, Tinubu, Lagos is they allocate slots." So government is even employing people based on slots to each state. What kind of a country is that, my God? You employ people regardless of just put this thing out there, let people apply for job, and you interview them. Why do you have to say Lagos 10, this one 15, that one 30? That the government itself are the one dividing the Nigeria. They are by their actions. They are the one dividing the country. If you want to employ people, employ people. What is allocating slots to this, allocating slots to this, allocating slots to this? That the last time they were deporting people from Libya, they will bring them to Lagos. That woman Abikeda Bere will be calling state governors, come and collect your people. Are they not Nigerians? Are those people not Nigerians? Are they not the responsibilities of the federal government of the Republic of Nigeria? For goodness sake, what is going on? I don't get it. If we cannot coexist, let's just break the thing up. Let everybody go and rest. It doesn't. If you cannot see yourself as a Nigeria, then forget about it. There's no point, because this will never stop.
How will you break it up? How will you even break it up, sir?
If we're going to find a way, look, it doesn't make sense, Nasimba. If you cannot see yourself as a Nigeria, what's the point?
When countries look at Europe, they initially they start breaking and breaking. Why are they not trying to unify?
No, they're trying to unify. They're trying to unify in terms of trade and some form of collaboration.
Because they see advantage in doing that. You understand? That is for the fact that you are the smallest country in the world does not make you have a good, a standard of living.
Which smallest country? The truth is, that's a very valid question. Those that agitate how do you want to break the country? You can't even break Nigeria with that crisis. You cannot. If you want to,
why are we still? Why do we see ourselves as Nigeria? This is what I'm saying. Do we see ourselves as Nigeria?
I get your point. If you break Nigeria into two, the war you receive.
I want to quickly respond to you. The reality on ground is this: when it comes to resources, they pretend to tell us we are all one, but when it comes to responsibility, they want to figure you out. Then they will call your governor, they will call this, they will call that. That's what they are doing. People need to wake up and face the reality that the way they structure this country, something big is wrong somewhere. And that is why everybody must go to that agitation track.
Midwest, let me tell you this.
Yeah.
If we don't shift our attention away from these natural resources, because I have oil or because I have gold in my state, so everybody started say, okay, I have to control my resources. Let me tell you that resources that you are looking at, people are making more money from things that you are not even. How much Ghana that has gold? How much is Ghana making from gold? What we are making from oil, the whole oil of Nigeria, is not more. It's not up to what Thailand is making from rice. So if this fixation, it's good that we all the resources.
Simba, listen, Nigeria is not an oil producing 1.6 million barrel per day. That's not an oil producing nation. Let us just throw that one aside. Let's just throw that one aside. People are so pissed. Let's just throw that one aside. What are you talking about?
Let me respond to Simba a little bit. Simba, look, when you talk of human resources, that is the greatest one. But you can't tap into human resources without investment. That is just the truth. Nations that did it, they are enjoying it today. But in the case of Nigeria, nobody can convince me. The only thing and two things that sustain Nigeria today is the natural resources, crude oil play usual, and the diaspora money. Any other thing is lie. Just because it's possible for them to put figures into papers, like the question Rufai was asking, what is the volume? How do you measure what food production?
What do you mean? What do you mean sustain? Do you sustain no electricity? Sustain no good road? Sustain that no good education system is backward? Sustain no good healthcare? What do you mean sustain? The thing is not even sustaining us, brother. We are not. It's not sustaining us.
See, we don't have a road. We don't have this. We don't have that. Year in, year out, we pump money to it. Sometimes we borrow. The next generations are going to face those challenges. We should not lie. Nigerian government is spending money. The question is, how do they spend this money? Because they are getting it free of charge. And natural resources, people see us, they can give us loan, they can sell all these things. We don't produce anymore, so they share it among governors, and that's why people are agitating created for me, so that they can be having more money. Is the state really developing? Or the answer is no. We were far better than this in the 80s. When you see farmers, they try. Instead of which,
no. Midwest. We were not better than this in the 80s. You people need to stop this kind of this kind of talk. What do you mean we were better than this in the 80s? What country did you live in the 80s?
Don't go there. We were far better than this.
I'm going there. We were not better than this in the 80s.
Let me put it before you why I said we were far better than. Look,
there's nothing to put before me. We were not better than this in the 80s. Forget it.
When I say my point, you say your own. So I give you a chance to talk. Let us not argue.
Yeah, you say your point. They're listening to you.
See, I want you to say what you want to say. Look,
so
the thing that really
so you want to tell me? You want to tell me?
Wait now.
No, you want to tell me now that the time when your TV will open at 4 o'clock and closes at 12 o'clock in the night, the time where you hold on now, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish.
Listen,
the time when only one person. Hold on. The time when only one person in your street.
I gave you the floor.
The time when it was only one person. The time when it was only one person in your street that can afford the television.
See, give you the floor. Just say what you want to say. That make it clear that the 80s were
I'm going to say
just
it now.
Talk. I listen to you.
So the time when it was just one person in your street that can that have a television, whereby you have to everybody has to go and look for a way to snip and watch TV. The time whereby it's maybe one or two people in your street that can afford to have a car. The time when it was you used to make chairs, you make your own chairs and take to primary schools. Most of the time, the school's environment are rubbish. Right? The time whereby all those times they were talking about this one, they're talking about kidnapping. I remember when I was in primary school, there were I don't know if you remember in Benin, there was what you call bomo. It was rainy day, and I remember when my mom wants to go to the market, she will lock us inside the house, not in the compound, inside the house and go to the market. We will be inside our own house until my mom come back from the market. So what are you talking about? Upward mobility, when people will tell us, it was 5 naira to the dollar at the time, or 1 naira to $1. How many of you saw the dollar in your eyes at that time? How many of your people can afford to buy land, let alone build houses in the time? So what are we talking about? Nigeria was not better. Look, I've never experienced a better Nigeria. Let's put it that way. For me as a person, I don't care what anybody say. If you go to Nigeria today, you have more tar road than you had then. That is a fact. You have more electricity today than you had then. That is a fact. You have more people who can afford things today that they could afford that then. That is a fact. Midwest, you from Edo State, you remember when people were eating Igbo? If you tell me you cannot remember when people were eating Igbo, then it means that you don't want to be honest. Eating Igbo, Isage Lama, and all of those things, it's not wealth, those were the time of extreme poverty on the land. So people need to stop all this nonsensical conversation about Nigeria is worse today. Come on, man. What are we doing here?
You make so many valuable points, but I want to correct something. Look, my brother, when you say people have opportunity, I'm talking about opportunity to develop. One, those days, the kind of spoilness or criminality tendency that we have today, it was not as high at this level. And we were not opportune again also to be exposed by traveling the way we have traveled. Now we have traveled, we have learned so much, but when you want to go back to your country, you are afraid not to lose that your hard-earned money when you put it to investment. Because the people you are going to employ, they don't have regard for God, they don't have regard for no law, they are not even afraid. Those 80s, when your father talk to you, son, don't do. You want to do it. A family that doesn't know you, when they say, son, they don't behave like that, they will be telling the same thing your father told you, and you will not be confused. This time around, whatever you like, they allow you to do. So on the other words, you talk about television, this one, that one you mentioned. My dear brother, you are very wrong. Those 80s, these people, some families in Europe don't even have television. And as we speak today, 80% of European 90 cannot buy cars. All the cars you see in the road, are owned by bank. So what are you talking about? So my
what
dear
are you
brother,
so what is your point? What is your point now?
My point, I'm just responding to you that why that 80s were far better than. Then if what I saw in my own village, in my own town, with the brain I have in agriculture today, I can go back and change the life of the people and change mine very easily. But today I cannot take that risk because I'm worried about.
What are you talking about that you cannot? Do you know, like, the way you people talk sometimes, right? Let me explain something to you.
Freely.
Hold on. As I speak to you now, I still have uncle right now. As I speak to you, as I spoke to him yesterday, who is a cocoa farmer, right? He's bought 2 houses in the past 2 years. What is wrong? What are you guys talking about? In Nigeria, there.
You know, Akim, people
last time he even told me last time I wanted to go to Spain. He told me he wanted to send me money to buy him a car, to send him a car. What are you talking about? He lives in the farm. He lives in the farm.
Listen. Those ones, listen. Nigerians are still trying. I don't measure.
Let's forget this conversation.
I don't measure.
Can I come in?
My argument is not based on opportunity of cars that people drive in Nigeria today, or the car they were driving then. Because after all, where we are coming from is the brain. Nigeria have the brain now. They are more exposed to transfer this brain into the reality of production.
Yeah, but I'm saying it is not. It was not better. It was not better then. I've just told you it was not better then.
I don't know what you select as better. You
I've
talk of television. The people you are running to their houses in Europe today,
okay. Hold on. Hold on. Midwest. Hold on now. Hold on.
You mentioned. Hold on. Spanish they use boat to take go the fresh water so they fetch for our country.
Oh, let's assume that is the case. Let's assume that is the case. But we are comparing Nigeria of that time and Nigeria of today. That is what we are comparing now. Nigeria of that time, people use sawdust to cook. You know, remember, you yourself, you go saw me now. You go saw me, go fetch sawdust. Right?
I'm not talking about whether they use sawdust. I am talking about opportunity.
So what do you mean Nigeria is? So what is the opportunity you're talking about now?
We are just in a different page. You don't understand me. I am talking about the opportunity we are wasting today because of what is going on. Is it not because of state we enter this agreement?
No, you said it was better then. You said it was better then. You said it was better then.
In comparison.
How is it better? How is it better then?
This is what I'm presenting. Don't question me again. Let me just express. I give you time. You are confusing me. It's not good. You listen to somebody. It's better. So then we were not too rich, just as European and everywhere we are running to, they are not rich. But the opportunity to develop, just the way they have developed themselves, we had it in 80 compared to today. Today, we don't know where the country lies on. One person is trying to put good policy, more than 100 people is standing to destroy because of their self-interest.
In the 80s, so, what opportunity do we have that time that you are talking about?
See, the first opportunity we have, the security of that time and today, you can never compare them.
Are we able to make
listen now.
Of that opportunity
you have
now?
Let me list it for you. Listen, I'm talking about security. You can respond later. When you look at the land today, that time the farming, the land for agriculture, even Edo and Delta and everywhere, the way they have destroyed the environment through oil and everything, pollution, down to Ijo land, people can farm. And if me and you invest in farming, we will rescue our community and our youth. This is the development they are talking about. Most of the companies you are seeing big today, they all started with small, limited, sole proprietor. With few years, they develop it to be something big. These are the opportunity I'm putting before you. You can't just be pretending. You are inside. You are in outside the country. And you are pretending Nigeria is where. And everybody is lining up to run away.
Simba, let me speak to him again. I'm going to speak to him. He's from those states. I'm sure he knows Benin very well. Okay, so you talk about insecurity, right? Okay, let's go. Let's even go in that area. First of all, make sure the area of Bomo. That was one. Armed robbery.
If you know,
you say I should give you time now.
Secure, what are you doing in Europe? Can't you secure
you said I should give you time now. I gave you time. So armed robbery. You yourself, you are a Benin man. You're going to tell me that it was safe in Benin in terms of armed robbery back then. I want you to open your mouth and genuinely tell me that. And if you tell me that, I will know that you left your village and you went to Lagos. You never passed through. You never lived in Benin. If you open your mouth here and tell me that it was safe in Benin then, when it comes to issues of armed robbery. When robbers will chase a vehicle coming from Lagos all the way from Ofosu, or all the way from Ofosu or Osu, all the way to Yaro, they will chase them. I was in Tezame Junction one day when this thing happened, and armed robber was shooting gun following buses that were coming from Lagos. Look, we've all experienced. Maybe some of you grew up in the GRA in Benin, and then you live in different lives.
Can I correct something you are saying?
Yeah.
Please, people are moving forward. We should not be looking backward.
Yeah, but we cannot say it was better then.
Yeah, let me land my point, please. The point Midwest is making is there is high rate of insecurity in the land. So people it's just the way you have somebody that is enjoying his cocoa farm. I can count thousands of people that have abandoned their farm. They can, we used to sleep in the farm back in the days. We go to farm and spend like a week. We'll be there.
Mr. Mori, my uncle Titole still spend most of the time in the farm. He still spend most of the time in the farm.
Can you just let me land this point? I'm not against anybody. I'm trying to strike a balance. When people are going to Midwest, please, we are not quarreling. When people are going to place their flag in the move, when they go into space, we are talking about back in the days when Aneni was terrorizing Benin. It doesn't make sense. We were talking about if we are better off now.
I did not even mention Aneni,
No, I understand. I just gave an example of that. When people armed robbers could chase people from Ofosu all the way to Benin City. I mean, are we going backward or we are going forward?
Yeah, we're not going backward. I'm asking the question.
How is it
better then? How is it better? In what area was it better then?
You're talking of armed robbers. You're talking of armed robbers, right?
In terms of everything, how was it better then? It was not better. Maybe for you it was better. For me, it was not better.
In terms of security of lives and property, he just told you, people cannot live in their farm. People have abandoned their farm. People cannot even sleep in their houses with their two eyes closed. This is not a conventional war. Villages have been taken over. To compare that one to armed robbery back in the days, please let's be objective.
So I'm making my own submission based on my own personal experience. Okay, so
the point Midwest is making is also very valid. There is high rate of insecurity in the land.
If you the problem with Midwest is that he always look for a way to move the goalpost. Okay, and I'm still even challenging him on that issue of insecurity, even though I know that we have insecurity challenges today. But I'm talking about in terms of personal lifestyle, upward mobility. Today, I'm saying it is fact that it was not better anytime in the 80s or in the 90s than it is today. You cannot make that convincing conversation with me.
I was a businessman in Nigeria. I will come from Cotonou. I'll get to Lagos at about 9, 10, 11, 12 midnight. Sometimes I will take off from Lagos around 1, 2 a.m. By the next morning, 5:30, 6 a.m., I'm in my village. People will be wondering, you didn't travel again? Because I want to meet my customers. I will sell and go back that same day. I will, drop whatever I want to drop.
Because you was entering those buses that were having soldier men inside the bus. Those God is good and the buses. That is what he was entering.
Simbad, can you give me a chance to come in and make my own point?
With me. You cannot tell me how I traveled. And another one, I will load my goods from my village. I will load my goods. We will convey goods from every locality to a particular spot, 2 or 3 spots. We will load with trailers from there. Sometimes the trailer will start taking off from 12, 1, 3 to
Can
Delta.
you hear me, Simbad?
I will travel without any problem. The only problem I will meet on the way, produce at Ologbo. Produce somewhere, if you follow Abraka, produce somewhere around Abraka. That's the only thing. I already prepare my money. I'll give to them.
Mr. Mori,
not robbery, not harassment. Let's be honest here, bro.
Mr. Mori, I remember very well my own father. Hold on.
Excuse me, please.
Yeah.
Excuse me, please. Comparable has been trying to talk since. I asked him to hold on for Midwest before Comrade Omori came in. Can we allow him to talk?
Yeah, he can go ahead. I just wanted to strike that balance there, So
comparable.
Yeah, he can go ahead. I just wanted to balance there,
Comparable, can you hear me?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? All right. Yeah, thank you, man.
It's like you
I
have two
think
devices.
everybody has a
And
point. Midwest has a
comparable.
point to a certain
You are
degree, and
having
everybody has a
delay.
point.
You are having a
So
delay.
um,
Are you using two
we need to look
devices?
at this in two different angles, and he mentioned security, which I completely agree in that. But the paramount, we have to base our analysis. I used to be one of those people that maybe come on TV. I like to be very, transparent. I used to be one of those people thinking that we are better off in the 80 than we are right now. 80 is a long time ago. I mean, that's been a long time ago. But if you want to use the overall index, we are better off today than we were, in the 80. I mean, it's not even comparison. The only area that we can argue about, is security. Like Midway said. Yeah, if you look at that security aspect of it, we are better off, by then than we are right now. That is the only aspect because of what we have right now. Stuff right now, we are facing this Boko Haram stuff, the banditry, the farmer herders, the military, used to be the military in the Niger Delta, the separatism, and a lot of urban crime and cyber crime. So that's the negative. But overall, if you want to calculate the whole thing, I'm going to use the human capital, development to calculate what we are right now. We are way, way better. I mean, you can't even compare that. I mean, where do you want to go? I mean, I can go to any area, in terms of human capital development. Let me even start with let me even start this the life expectancy. By that time, I think it used to be about 46 or 47. We're about 54 right now. I mean, which is talking about people life. So in terms of life expectancy, Nigeria is way better. I mean, by that time, people die in the early 40 or whatever. So there has been improvement, but the human capital development that I'm saying, we are not where we used to be. We are still lagging behind, to other countries. Our development in those areas is very, very slow. I mean, anywhere you look at it, I mean, human capital development encompasses a lot of things, including education, all that kind of things that it encompasses. So in that regard, even enrollment, healthcare, like I said, life expectancy, it has improved over a decade if you look at it. So the index definitely target that we are way better in the 80. Would I like to live the kind of life we have in the 80? No. I mean, I prefer the present Nigeria. So that's the point I'm trying to make. We can argue other part. I mean, there's a plus, there's negative, but the plus
Let me
outweigh the
correct.
negative. If we can get our security part of it, where we're supposed to be, to a manageable level, then we can categorically say 100% we are better off. We are better off, but there's a caveat. That security aspect of it is what is my opinion. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay,
Can
hear
you
you,
hear
Simba.
he made one statement which is actually maybe he doesn't know how is done. He talked about life expectancy and said that those days people used to die at their 40s. That is not what life expectancy means. The way they calculate life expectancy for each country is they will calculate the average year of death for each country. Let's say you have a child that dies, maybe you born a child today and die at maybe day one, and somebody die at 100 years. If you calculate the life expectancy for the two of them now, it's going to be like 50 years. So that does not mean that the two of them will die at the age of 50.
Simba, you're not trying to correct him. You're just trying to say the same thing that he said.
No, what I'm saying, you don't understand what I'm saying. You have two people living in the same country. One died at day one of his life, day one. Another one died at 100 years of age. If you calculate the average life expectancy for the two of them, it's going to be 50 years. Do you understand? So that does not mean the two of them will die at the age of, one will die at the age of 100, and the other one die at the age of 1.
Simba, why do you guys like to complicate things sometimes, man? Why are you trying to explain this now?
what I'm saying, you don't okay, because he is saying that people die at the age of 40 because
No. It's telling you that the average life expectancy back then was 40 something, and today is 50 something. So there are lots of things you can take into consideration to calculate that. But he is not making that case. He's just telling you what the number is then and what the number is today. That's all.
Okay, no problem.
What are we trying to explain again in that situation? So Simba, I want to quickly respond to something, right? So you know that in those times, right? The banking system was not the way it is today. People carry money a lot when they travel and in their houses. So you have a different kind of crime at that time.
Somebody just tried to show that he's a doctor. That's all he's doing.
Lord, I know. So you have a different kind of crime at that time. So it means that those people have cash in them. So when they get attacked, then they ask them for money. Your money, even if you are traveling on the road, I know people always carry money along. So since the improvement in technology and the banking system, people don't carry cash anymore. So you can see that crime have shifted from direct confrontation of collecting money from people to taking people and demanding money in return for those people. So it's just a switch in the pattern of crime. It's not that it is worse today. No. Before, Simba, I know my own father, when I was growing up back then, my dad took Edo line, was going for some contract job in Delta State. That Edo line was attacked on that Warri road. Only God saved him that he was able to come get home alive. The car somersaulted like 3 times. The man ended up in hospital. I know the armed robber did not even do anything. They go there, unado, where your money. They took all their bags from them. Every single one of them in that Edo line vehicle. They took every single one of them their bag from them. So then I have one uncle, very close family relative that he was a driver, this bus driver that drive from Benin to Owo, all those Benin to Owo, all those areas. So that man got shot on his neck. It was God saved him for more than 2 years. He couldn't go do anything. In his throat, that was where armed robber shot him when they were trying to stop him, and he tried to escape with his passenger, and they shot at him. So I have seen this thing affect people who were directly
the kind of crime that we have now is more of a high profile crime
who were directly close to me. And not look from the area where I grew up, right? I have people that I grew up with that were killed for armed robbery. People that I know very well. Yeah, I can hear you.
I said, can we say that the type of crime that we have now is more high profile than what we used to have before?
It is more high profile, and it's just a switch in pattern of crime. That is what is happening. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I wish we don't have them, but I don't want somebody to tell me that because I grew up in an environment where I saw this.
That people are safer those days than now.
Yeah, you can make that case as well, that people are safer in those days than now. Based on what?
I think that was the point Mido was trying to make.
Yeah, but based on what? Based on you say, I say. What is the statistics?
The likelihood that you can travel safely those days.
No, because there was no social media those days. I mean, look, the problem we have today is that every little thing that happens.
You know why I'm saying this? Wait now, Akim. I was in Edo State in the late 90s.
Progressive. You make it sound like it's relative. It's not really relative. The facts are there. The data is there to back up. Because by that time, people can walk from one place to other. People walk in the street. I mean, just the whole dynamic is not the same, compared to right now. Of course, you can make the argument,
but you cannot longer walk on the street because you are now part of the elite. Say that, we understand. Listen, when I was growing up, right, 2:00 in the night, me and my friends, after we finish doing whatever we are doing, we'll walk from my place to Yaro, want to go. I'm talking 2 a.m. at night. So, but those people, the elite of the system at the time, could not try that. They won't. They will not try it. It's the same thing. You now have money. You are more security conscious. You still have people in your place who
Akin, they're
will
not
think,
even
you still have,
kidnapping big men today. They are kidnapping ordinary people. Look at the
yeah,
girl
but
that was kidnapped in Edo State. Was that
Mr.
a child
Mori,
of an elite?
were they not robbing ordinary people then?
You contradict yourself by saying this. If you
Were
started
they
by
not
saying
robbing ordinary people
there were
then?
pockets of robbery here and there, but not
What
this
do you mean pocket
mass.
of robbery? What do you mean pocket of robbery here and there? It was like, look, they killed
There
a
has
young
always been
child.
robbery.
Look, Mr. Mori,
Can you
they've
compare
killed
the insurgency we have today,
Mr. Mori, armed
the Fulani
robbery.
incident we have today, to the robbery
Mr.
of
Mori,
back
Mr.
in
Mori,
the
let me
day?
explain something to you. Armed robbery went wrong. Armed robbery went wrong in my presence that led to the death of a young child, about 4 or 5 years old child.
I'm
In my
not contesting
presence.
that. That's not the bone of contention.
So
You
what
cannot
is
contest.
the bone of contention?
It's more rampant today than we used to have in the past. That's what we're saying.
That is because there's social media presence.
Armed robbery. There's no armed robbery again in Nigeria. It's not the kind of there's no armed.
No, he's making comparison with the old armed robbery with what we have today. They're not the same at all.
That is because
It
there's a
has
lot
gone
of
to another
media.
level.
Mr. Mori,
It has assumed another dimension.
there is a lot of media presence now than before. Where do
It
you
has
get
nothing to do with media.
It does.
Akim, don't do that. We can say yes, we used to have insecurity those days, but the kind of insecurity that we have now is not comparable to what we used to have those days now. It's not.
Simba, for the first time, God bless you.
For example, let me give you for example. I worked in Edo State in late 90s to early 2000. I was living in Lekoma. But what I want to say is that time I just want to actually agree with you on some occasions. In Benin that time, you cannot even come out at 7 p.m. in the evening. You can't come out. And on several occasions that I even made attempt to, there was a day I was traveling to Kwara from Ekoma, passing through Auchi to Kene Kaba. Yes, in fact, I would spend like 2 to 3 hours on the road because of armed robbery. Then there was another occasion I was coming through Owo towards Ifon to enter through the Ora side. There was also armed robbery. So in fact, like 3 or 4 occasions.
Simba, you're crazy, man. So you are you are here to support a different position, but you are analyzing. You've already analyzed about 3 or 4 occasions where you.
No, but what I want to say that
he's making a balance. He's trying to tell you the difference.
God damn
the
it.
difference I want to tell you about that time. The only thing they will do that time is to collect your money, probably collect your some of the goods that you are carrying. But these days, people are being killed. People are being kidnapped. You understand? People are being kidnapped for organ harvesting and all those things. Those days, most people they don't lose their life to armed robbery attack. But these days, the kind of life that are being taken from this insecurity is actually more alarming.
Simba. Those days where armed robbers were writing letters to estate in Lagos to tell them the date.
Hello, guys. You know what I think?
The day they are coming to rob them. Is that the same time you're talking about now? When armed robber will write a letter to a whole estate to say we are coming so day, you guys should be ready.
How many people they kidnap in those estates? How many people they buy? That's the question now.
I think this argument is kind of very relative. The reason why I'm saying that, we are talking about armed robbery specifically. There's still armed robbery right now as it was by then, if not more right now. Why am I saying this?
No, that's not true.
Because of where we are right now, the technological age we are. The armed robber we used to have by that time has translated to, cybercrime, kidnapping. So what is the purpose of armed robbery? Is it not to get money, or whatever? So right now we have a cybercrime. We have kidnapping. People get money. So look at it that way. It's not that
cybercrime is not armed robbery. Let's correct
there's
that.
nothing like cybercrime at that particular time. All this
cybercrime is not armed
kidnapping
robbery.
was, maybe relatively
It's a different
small.
crime.
So everything has transferred to what we have right now, which is more progressive. If you want to look at this way, so it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, comparable fact. You know why? Those days, all businessmen go with their cash. Now we have been able to develop with this age of technology. Everybody understand that there's likelihood for you to rob people. At the end, you find nothing in them, but you can carry them and go and demand. They go and bring the money by themselves. That's the new method.
So
I don't know whether you understand.
Are you not saying the same thing that I've been saying since on this platform?
No, we are not on the same page at all. Because let me give you the reason. Look, listen. Those days in some areas are known for notorious behavior. But that notorious is like they will come and rob people, and that's all. It doesn't more than that. Those days you can go to your village, a woman can dress in Benin, all the way from Ring Road, and go to any village in Benin, root cassava, alone inside the bush, put in her head, come back home, and nothing happened. It was part of her culture. Those days you are pointing to. So I don't see any reason why you should compare them. You should wait now. Let me learn my point. Don't cut my. I will give you time. You cannot compare them nowadays where somebody is in his farm. Somebody will just appear from nowhere, tie them, rape the woman, cut off their neck. My brother, let us be honest. There's a serious security issue. Not be sugarcoating something. We are missing. You are from Edo. You have seen reality of how people run the economy. You have few brain. You have worked in so many places. When you want to take it home, you need resources. My resources is hardworking resources. I'm not a politician who are multi-millionaire overnight. They don't have history of business. They don't have history of wealth in their family. So if I work for my money, I have to think my children are also growing here. I'm maybe very soon I expect grandchildren. Then at the end of it, I go back and go and put up investment. It's so sad. Somebody here just come there and ruin my plan. My purpose of even going to Nigeria is not to go and make money. I want to go and help my people. If I go to my village, I know what I can put in their brain and their life will change. I'm just telling you the truth. Every time I tell you if I want to go to farming, I'm not going to farming so that people will work for me so I will make money. No. I know that those people who are willing inside that village, they are poor because we did not advance what they are doing. And if we support them, their life will change. Go, take it or you leave it. These farmers in Europe here will become millionaires. It's because of the subsidies they are getting. It's because of the advancement the government is putting in them. They don't. If it happens in Japan, it's good. They bring the brain. They start teaching them. If it's good in America, they introduce it to themselves. That's what they are doing. That make the difference. They were all local farmers like us before. Even they are still looking for more people to go into that farming in their land. You get what I'm saying now? This is my own point of view. Even this cattle rearing we are talking about, if it was like, I keep on saying, if it was there, I go to my community today, I know the way they will receive me, and I will know the kind of trust I will have for the people. I'm talking about that time where Christmas comes, people you don't know, they bring food to your house, you people will eat all of them. Maybe exceptional. Not these days. You just want to argue for nothing, my brother. Let us be honest. Things are not going well in our country. We can't into the human resources.
Things are not. Listen, Midwest. You see, if all of us that are on this platform, if we never left Nigeria, that we stayed in Nigeria, right? So, would we have the same conversation that we're having today? Because you've seen better outside, right? So hold on, let me finish now. I just let you finish speaking.
Okay.
So we've seen better outside. And then we expect that, okay, this is how it should be back home, which is fair enough to expect better back home. But are we really, really logical when we make this, when we ask for this, when we expect this same level of development? Are we really asking the right questions? Are we really saying, okay, how did they get to where they are now? What did they do right? What was it? Who were the people that make sacrifices? Because what I've seen recently is that a lot of Nigeria, they'll say, oh, this thing costs this so in this country, I live in this country, I pay tax, and the government provide this for me, But you look at the history of those countries that you are talking about. Look at where they came from. Look at what they had to go through. Some of them had to go through civil war. Some of them had to go through huge famine. Some of them have to go through a time whereby they had nothing. The people work in coal mine. They did a lot of hard job, paying high taxes to the government, had no access to healthcare or good education. A lot of these people that built these nations, some of them did not even go to school. They didn't even have education. They just work in coal mine, work in factories, work in a lot of hard job, and they still pay high, heavy taxes to the government. Which generation of Nigeria have made sacrifices for the betterment of Nigeria? Not a single one. I've never seen a generation of Nigeria that have made sacrifices for the better of Nigeria.
Is one-sided. Which responsible government in Nigeria has made conscientious effort to do the needful that will encourage people to even pay the tax?
So what do you mean? Like those people, Mr. Mori, those people could have the same mindset.
When there is no trust, when you know, look at what people have succeeded in doing now.
Yeah, but those people,
a lot of money is coming, a lot of revenue coming from
those people could have the same mindset. So
look at what they are doing. Look at the way they mismanage the money. So who would trust such a governor to go pay more tax?
Mr. Mori, hold on one second. Pre-1999 to today, right? Were there any train line in Lagos? Any railway line in Lagos?
There was.
Where?
There was a locomotive train.
All those locomotives. I'm talking. So, have you not seen improvement, huge, gigantic improvement in Lagos State since 1999?
I'm not disputing that.
So what are you then disputing
when you're saying you don't trust the government for not making sacrifice to make the nation great? No matter the effort of the people, it takes the government. It takes the government as a policy, director, as a no matter the effort, the government has to be responsible to harness the effort of the people, both private and public effort to make a better nation.
Yeah, but you cannot keep questioning when you have not played your part. You played your part, then you question.
Which part, my part, are you talking about now? Are you reducing it to a personal attack? Or
no, I'm talking about which generation of Nigeria have made sacrifices for the betterment of Nigeria before we question government. We've never done anything.
So, do you think people would not really want to do anything if there are no laws and policies formulation that will compel them to do that? Do you think everybody will not be an armed robber if not for laws and no other in society? You think people would not really want to wake up and go work? Why do you think people in Nigeria will feel lazy when they go abroad? Everybody will almost succeed because no free. The only thing you don't pay for in abroad is the air you breathe in. So people will be, because of the policies in place, because of the laws and laws that are in place, you're not waiting for nobody. You have to pay your bills. The phone you are using right there. Whether you want it to have your phone, whether you like it or not, they take your money even before you can make any. You can use it. They take your money from the source. Your house rent. Between 1st and the 4th of the month, if you are not paying your rent, you'll be kicked out of the house. These are the structured environments. People will be forced to obey the rules and regulations in that environment. They have no option. So this was what somebody suggested yesterday. It was even you, and I subscribe to that because I made the same suggestion about 2 months ago. Like the subsidy removal was a good thing. I was of the opinion that if it would have been channeled about a specific, developmental project like education, for example, free education or whatever you can call it, free healthcare or whatever. You suggested a free transport, government intervention through subsidizing public transportation. That was a very good one. But the money is coming. The president is giving it to the governors. The governors are having a free. They are smiling to the bank. They're having a free, having more parties, more girlfriends. More wives to their wives.
Your governor and Midwest governor is this among them. They have hype men. Follow them everywhere.
I'm not exonerating anyone. Like the suggestion you made that day. If a governor, if the president, as bold as he is, and all of them respect him a lot, if we could come up with a matter of policy, like a matter of policy, like okay, now that you're getting more, ×3, ×4, ×2 of what you were getting before. I want this thing to trickle down to the masses, to the critical number of masses to benefit from this subsidy. From this more revenue you are getting. So, by way of policy formulation, I want you all to do this, do this, and do this. As a more way of policy direction, a way of policy document that will compel the governors to do the need so that it can trickle down to the masses. That was a brilliant explanation from you. So nobody will want to work ordinarily. Everybody will have been lazy. Go to socialist economy. Look. I have a friend in Belgium that was telling me when he got to Belgium, everybody was not willing to work because of the freebies coming from government. But he was not from that environment because they don't want to pay cash. The more you make, the more you're likely to pay. So nobody want to work to that extent to be able to return more to the government. But he came from a different capitalist environment. So he was hustling like like as if there's no tomorrow. People were like, hey, are you okay?
Belgium is not a socialist state. Come on, man.
No, I'm not saying completely socialist. I'm telling you what he told me. What he told me, that people were not actually a lot of socialist, welfare. They are in place over there, according to what he explained to me.
And the progressive.
Yeah,
the way he was working, people were like, "Oh, are you okay? You don't rest. You don't do this."
Let me make a point. I think I was making a point earlier in reference to human capital development, and I want to make it very relative. I was saying that population, our population growth has to do with where we are right now. If we look at the estimate in the early 80s, it's probably about 45 to 75 million compared to right now that's about 220 to 230, that we have. So it's not that population growth Nigeria is probably one of the fastest growing population in the world. And it's not that population growth is bad. If you look at a country like India, China, and everything, they have been able to manage, their fast growing population relatively good. But the problem we have, it's not meeting number and the resources, and government has not kept pace, with our population. Look at the education system. It's not expanding rapidly compared to the youth population. The job creation, we are lacking behind in job, population. The urbanization, without proper planning. It's only one state that everybody tend to migrate. Lagos State, everybody Lagos State. We are not developing other part of the country. The farming land we have in this country has shrunk. We don't farm like we used to farm, maybe because of the insecurity and something like that. So everything is kind of overstretched. That's the problem we're having. We need to connect the dot, and do the right thing. We're not doing it right. Even at all, I can talk about the school size. It hasn't expanded. So that's kind of weaken the human capital, development. Job creation, like I said, is not as it hasn't expanded like the population is expanding. And probably the highest flashpoint, like you say, is the security aspect of it. Our security force, has not expanded. We haven't, we like, I think it's Tina that used to talk about security. The security that we have right now is being overstressed. We need more security, and the infrastructure, has not really rapidly, grown to match the population. So those are some of the problem I think we're having. We need to look into those steps, and dig deeper into in order to manage, the population growth
we have
in
with
terms of
everything is this,
investment, capital, job development, and governance. Those are really needed. The country really need to plan, because if you look at a country like India and Indonesia, they have grown faster in population, but they have been able to manage their education, family planning, and industrialization. We need that aspect in our in our country in order to be where we want to be.
Are you guys hearing me at all? Comparable fact, you hear me? I'm original here.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Midwest. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me respond to this.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, the problem we have in Nigeria, you see this foundation of state creation. That's why we started this discussion. It has crippled the progress of the country, and it's still going to create more problems. Because the way they structure it, all this take the whole money to central, share it to state governors, and some people will say, go and hold your governor. How will I hold my governor? Demonstration? If I go to court, they cannot even process the case according to the law. The highest security agent cannot even question the governor.
No court, they will lock you up, they will beat you up. They will beat you up. And don't Shiny will beat you up. They will beat you up, nothing will happen.
They will switch to the president party and everything end up there.
Midwest, hold on. But this is not the first time you'll be saying this. So what is your point now? You say, okay, everybody, wait. Let me put my question to you. You said, okay, everybody will put the money to the center and then they will share it. Then they will now be asking the state. Okay, if you are because I know that where you are going is control of resource control. By the time you are controlling,
the only way to develop people. That is the only way to develop people.
Yes,
that is the only way.
the same people that you cannot challenge when they are sharing the money, will you be able to challenge them when they are the one in charge of your resources?
Yes, let me tell you why. It will now be clear to the people where the problem lies. As it is today, when you push to the governor, they will start exposing the federal. After all, the percentage you are giving us is too small. When you put pressure to the president, say, go and ask your governor, is it not happening today? The people don't really know the person to hold accountable. If I knew very well that my governor is the one that have to generate money, finance my healthcare, and the source of generating that money is there.
Are you trying to say that people don't know that the resources are in the hands of the I mean, money is in the hand of the state governors now? Are you saying that they don't know?
See, people know that the governor has the money. But the thing is this, it is easy for the governor to tell them that the resources is small.
Have they made that attempt of challenging their governors? Have they made it, or you are just giving excuses for not?
There is not even space to challenge. I don't know what you meant by challenge. Should you go and buy
See, how do they make the attempt?
You know, Comrade Omoru, the question I'm asking him, because he is saying that by the time they are controlling their resources, the people will be able to challenge them. So if you don't have the will to challenge them, we'll be able to challenge. When
the will is always there. The will is always there, but it's always thwarted. Who cares about your will? You are talking about you are not from Nigeria. Who cares about your will?
Which kind of will? The will
you cannot challenge now. Wait now. If we cannot challenge now, will you be able to challenge then?
See, Miss Simba, I've been beaten up in a meeting for challenging a political leader. It's not as if I was insulting him.
Listen to my question. If you cannot challenge now, by the time they are the one controlling resources, will you be able to challenge that impediment? That
environment is structured for them to. It's like you give it them to. It's like a gift to them. A security vote, for example. How do you question person? How you explain his security vote, for example?
You don't understand my question. My question is for you, comrade. Listen to my question very well. The security, whatever impediment that you have today, will it be removed by the time they are the one controlling the resources?
With proper legislation, with proper policy, with proper structure, they will not. You block the loopholes that enable them, that make it look like their birthright to corrupt, to be corrupted.
That's not the question I'm asking.
You make it impossible for them. Other than that, the people have no say.
Simba, let me add to it for you.
I said you are here to deceive ourselves.
Simba, look at the problem. If the states are generating money, you know the whole money is not for them. Definitely, the federal will say, for example, I need 50% because some place are poor. In that place, if the federal they perceived that people are cheating the government, they're going to fuck their ass up. I'm telling you the truth. But the problem is this, because it goes to the central direct, everybody believes they are the one in charge of it. Why you cannot, even when you, that is what I'm trying to, the government will start sealing those loopholes. Any money you are moving in Nigeria, where we talk of stealing this one, that one, if without civil servant, you can't even steal the government money, to be honest. At least to last percentage, you cannot. So, okay, but if those civil servants are being connected to a system that put them on check, whereby when you send one file, it's going to more than 10 institutions, then how can you steal? So, in that case, the federal will always be waiting for their percentage. This is how it's done in everywhere where I live. All the commune are not the same, which is like a state. Because state is not created, or commune is not created where I live on population. It's based on historical affiliation to land. That is how they design everywhere. And they started building trust. This one way some people go gather, they create state, they do everything. They are creating confusion. So here, all community are not equal. Germany, where you the year, now Bayern Munich, now I carry the whole German up. This way, the way they hear, where they are the small land, people will come from America and I lift her up. Now, so every country be. So that central create a balance for everybody, enable the government to say, this is our policy for a country. We need a social welfare. Everybody must enjoy healthcare, but every region must pay for it. The weaker region, there is a way the government support them. And again, they try to put more what is it called? Attract more investors to that area as well. Like American companies called, okay, the cheapest land is for you is that area. They want to take some there. I don't know whether you understand. Then they start advertising. If you work there, some place in Sweden there, we pay 35% to where I live. Some people are paying 15%. Some place they have to ship population to there. The government have to subsidize it. So because everything go to central, the state don't know exactly what the federal is getting. Whatever they give to them, they still suspect that the organ is eating everything. And when you put pressure, like Tinubu said, governors or governor, not they try. You see the way they try to rubbish it. When you go to the governor, they start saying how many percentage they're giving up 10%. They take the rest. What are they doing in my place? And you get what I'm saying?
The current situation is like it's like a Putin.
The other one is still
Putting a cat. Midwest, 1 minute. The current system, the current structure is like putting a cat and a fish in the same room and expecting the cat not to eat the fish. When there are no traps, when there is no impediment, when there is no denial of access to the fish. What the people do not have voice to speak in Nigeria. You know it. Let's not pretend about it. They lock you up, they beat you up. Nobody will even come for your bail. Who will challenge the Nigerian governor? Who are you? What moral justification? What courage? What gives you the temerity to challenge even a councillor, not to talk of a governor of a state? The opposition will always be there, but who listen to them? Who cares about them? Man, let's not deceive ourselves, man. The current structure is doomed to fail. The structure to fail.
What I told them. I praised Tinubu for this local government autonomy, but the issue is this: how do you control these people now when you start giving them direct money? They will also end up like the governor because there's no proper structure on ground, and we always turn blind eyes to it. It doesn't mean now when the money come ahead, it's not money. It is the system that develop people. The Europeans are not rich at all. I'm just telling you, like Omoru, you said, he's talking about social welfare. Without social welfare, people can't survive in Germany. Without social welfare, you can't survive in Sweden. Without social welfare, you can't survive in Denmark. I'm telling you the truth. How many of them can buy car? How many? Are you guys hearing me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
You guys can continue. I want to quickly do something.
Comrade.
I'm here.
I think what you are saying is exactly different from what Midwest is saying.
We are saying the same thing, about the same thing.
So you think that the people that you cannot challenge now, by the time they have more resources, you'll be able to challenge them. Is that?
We are saying it's not about. Are you saying it? What challenge do you mean? Protest, taking them to court, suing them. Is that what you're saying? We are saying in a nutshell, myself, Midwest and I. The point we are trying to make is there should be. It should be a matter of law and order. It should be a matter of policy. That for security, for example, you give somebody a security vote, for example, without any mechanism for feedback on how the money is being utilized. Is that not a Christmas bonus for that person? Now you increasing allocation to states without a corresponding checks and balance or accountability policy in place. It doesn't matter how they spend the money. You give them. They come to Abuja. The president is doing his best. He's giving them.
I don't know. See, Simba, are you saying because people cannot challenge the governor now,
they should do whatever they like?
We should allow the central to control everything. Now, the point we are missing here is this: we can as well get a dictator. America has their own dictator today. Let's assume that they don't have the structure in place to put Donald Trump in check. I'm sorry, maybe we will be having the German situation at hand now, if you know what I mean. So the thing is, the fact that the court in America and the institutional framework keep putting this guy in check, that is why America it is today, because Trump will just wake up and look at, okay, those people that look like they are not part of our skin, let us just dump them to Africa. If you see what Trump has been doing now, that you even deport citizens of other country to Ghana. That Ghana and their president should be ashamed of themselves anyway for that thing. Now, look at that situation now. If you don't move away from this system we have in Nigeria that give Abuja the unnecessary power. Now, I keep saying we have to thank Saraki for what he did. I resisted Buhari that time. Every nook and cranny of Nigeria will have become a Ruga. You understand? They will give excuse. So you must have to know how to live with your neighbor. They will just go come and put people within your space. So we don't want that kind of structure that will make Abuja overload everyone. The type of structure we have is this: whether the governors will abuse or will not abuse, it's not even the situation now. How can we checkmate should even be the point of discussion.
Thank you. The present structure allows them to do whatever they like and go away with murder.
Exactly.
Thank you, bro. So, you just summarize the point we're trying to make.
So, one of the structure we can do is this: what about these governors, they seem to wield excessive power. What about removing immunity for state governors? Because it's a good tool. It's a good tool. You remove immunity. If you need to remove a governor that is misbehaving, that is not allowing the member of the assembly to sit high, you understand? Yeah, there can be some kind of law that they can sit anywhere within the country. If you don't allow them to sit in the state, for example, when you want to deal with the state governor.
At what point did they insert that immunity clause in our constitution?
1999 constitution now. That's what did that rubbish. You understand?
So what actually led to it?
One of those things that led to it is I understand what we are trying to say, but it's to prevent, is to just allow them to function and for them not
it was to avoid distraction while in office. But another thing, the hidden agenda there was actually selfish and greedy. It was a selfish motive for corruption to thrive.
Yeah, but we are now facing the unintended consequences now that you have governors that can steal, nobody can sue. You have governors that can do anyhow. If you remove such kind of immunity, it will make the state assembly stronger.
You know what I don't want us to be doing? Okay, before then, we've had political dispensation, at least the one that come obvious is between 1979 and 1983. The immunity clause that was not there that time, does it make them to be more prudent than now?
You see, one thing is this: that time you are talking about the prudence is a function, is relative. Now the question is this: were those people in the UPN, for example, were the governors prudent? Yes, of course. You understand? Buhari jailed Adekunle Ajasin, Chief Adekunle Ajasin for nothing, no penny. He jailed Ambrose Ali
from Bender State through Awolowo.
He could not get anything from Jakande. You understand? They were prudent. They were. So when you talk of MPN, it's another. That was another kettle of fish. So the thing is,
you are being biased in your analysis.
How did you arrive at bias? How?
Because maybe you live in the MPN, the so-called UPN states. That's why you are saying.
Of course, yes. I was in those states.
You now want to base it on political party that this political party they were doing well, the other ones are not doing well.
Let me tell you one thing. Who are the central government that messed up our money? At least my uncle still keep some of those newspaper of those days. They stay at home. Now, who appointed the ministers that took 2 billion naira? This Umaru Diko. Who appointed? Which party? What party was the guy? MPN was the one.
You know when you don't have opportunity or comparison, you understand what I'm saying? Because they are at the national level. We've never had UPN at the national level. So we can't make any comparison.
Whether you had it or not, the fact remains that they were prudent in where they manage. That's what we care about. It does not have to be at the center. Now, today, can you say the same thing about our governors in the state, whether they belong to APC or they belong to PDP? What I'm saying is this: Even Buhari government themselves, they didn't find anything culpable about Ambrose Ali. They just made those people suffer for nothing. They made them suffer for nothing. If you have any conviction that convicted them of corruption, please publish it. And so the thing is,
they were convicted. They were convicted that time now.
Yeah, their incarceration were politically motivated. I can tell you about Ali. I can tell you the factors.
I don't even get you. You use decree to say someone say you are guilty until you are able to prove you are not guilty. So all of them that he accused us at that time, Buhari already sentenced them to be guilty. So is that conviction? You understand? You decree you decree people as corrupt when you've not even gone through the normal judicial process.
Shagari was enjoying a house arrest when Ali was in detention.
Yeah, and they probe all these people. They could not find any couple that even a single couple like this. None of them. It's not that you say I'm biased. If you say I'm biased, I'm expecting you to go and give me that judicial paper, the court pronunciation, and all those inquiry panel that accuses people. But that of Umaru Diko, we are aware. It was glaring. You understand? So some of those guys in the MPN thing, they all were glaring. So this one is not about whether being biased, but these are facts that you can find in the archive. So what I'm saying is this: it's not about the point at which they remove immunity now.
Ola, before you go on, so it's not a functionality of the constitution; it was a functionality of the people.
Its constitution is part of it. You are not getting my point. Now, see, one of the danger of the 1999 constitution is just because this governor.
We're just talking about this. Don't let us mix everything together.
I have to make an example now. You are pushing me a leading question. So if I say yes or no, then you run away with your narratives. Let me just put my position. Let me put in my position, so I won't just allow you to give me a leading question. The thing is this: the constitution is defective in that it gives the governors some kind of immunity that even the presidents cannot do anything to them except they find a way of impeaching them. You understand? The judiciary cannot do anything about them except to impeach them. That way, you want to impeach these people, the governors have a way of threatening the life of those legislators, right, that they cannot impeach. Now, if you make if you remove immunity, if a citizen can sue governor, they can go to Abuja and sue that governor just because already you can raise a case against a sitting governor. Now, the life of whoever that is, they are having some case against governors somewhere. You know, I'm assuming you are using a federal court now, like I call federal high court, and whether it's going to go to Supreme or a court of appeals, another thing entirely. Where that it does not matter whether you stay in Ekiti before you get judgment against a governor. Now, if a judge can charge a governor to be guilty of some gross mismanagement and some other thing, and go and court can be designed in such a way that it can influence steps to be taken by the State House of Assembly now to conclude the process. There shall be this is just a suggestion. We can have a way that the like of Yaya Bello, by the time they were abusing power, they were abusing their power, that they can be removed. You understand? Through either criminal, something criminal that they done, can find a way to get judgment against them, or something. We must just find a way. It's not as if we have a problem and we start saying, okay, if you give this one, then we have more problem, and because of that, we just have to stay with the current one. There must be a solution. That's what I'm saying. So if you give the state governor more resources, just because they are mismanaging it now, it doesn't mean that we should have to stay by that and just become hopeless. We can't. We must just find. I'm an apostle of giving more resources to the state. If every state controls their resources, we won't be agitating for all this more state creation. We won't be agitating for more local government creation. All this creation of local government and state, all those stuff, is just about going to that Abuja. That money we are coming to Abuja, we are sharing. You want to make money in Lagos now. Maybe Lagos is making, let's say, 2 trillion in a year, and people are looking at how they are going to slash it away. The first thing that comes to their mind is how to create more states, how to create more local government, so that allocation will keep going to where they are not doing anything. But where it becomes situation that, okay, whenever you make your own production, we need 30% of whatever you are making at the central. You understand? If you like, go use your money to marry for your citizen. You start declaring that if you are 14 years, you have to marry. If you like, go and do mass wedding. Go and spend the money to do mass burial, and go and use your money to do mass hajj or mass pilgrimage. That's your own problem. You understand? But don't use your own problem to bring me back. Don't use your own problem to be sharing my money. I cannot be drinking beer in my state, allow brewery to function in my state. You destroy the economy of a brewery in your state, but you want to share the largest part of the money. It doesn't work that way. The states that are
Ola, let me ask you this. You know, we are good at trying to solve a problem and create more problem. Let me ask you this, because all these things that you are saying we started from immunity, and you are drifting and drifting and drifting away. You are going to resource control and all those things. I don't want you to drift away from that. If you look at the merits and demerits of giving immunity to the governors, or not only to the governor, to the, let's say, the president and the governors, I think the motive behind it is for them to be able to concentrate for governance, because we know our judiciary in Nigeria. We know how people can also be influenced. People will come up with, because they lose an election, they will come up with all sorts of allegations and things that will not even make anybody that will be in government to concentrate. Okay, you can imagine having a state governor now that has to be going to court every now and then because some people are just giving them, putting out flimsy, also substantiated allegations out there. To me, the merit is actually more than the merit, because even when we say they have immunity, that's why they cannot control their finances and everything. After they leave office, most of them have left office now. How many of them are we even be able to prosecute after they have leaving the office and the immunity has been removed? So all these things that we are talking, just, to me, it doesn't make sense as far as I'm concerned.
See, but I think it's not to say that the merits are far more than the demerits.
It's not more
correct.
than the merits. Yes,
It's not correct at all. I don't even
then
see
the
any
other
merit
ones
in
that
it. I don't see any merit in it.
You are saying, okay,
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
You will take all
Now,
of them together on that piece, so that I will not lose my. The other thing I want to say, where you ended your earlier conversation about resource control and all those things, let me tell you, even the creation of this Anioma that people are talking about, they are talking about resources. The deltas among themselves now, they are already saying that even the oil, they will streamline it to the family. That's what we can do. That we have that tendency that, okay, in the same state where they have the resources, people will not say, okay, no, it belongs to this area. It's only the Ijaw people. When you get to the Ijaw people, we say, okay, no, it's only for this clan. After this clan is for this family. After this family is for this person. We have that all these tendencies. Let me tell you, the way we see ourselves as one, by the time we start creating more states, then say, okay, you control your resources, we start, that divisiveness will continue in us. We have that tendency, and it will not solve any problem. It will create more problems. That's the way I see it.
Okay. Can I respond? Look, let's start from this thing. You understand? When we talk of immunity, you understand? We should understand. I'm not just saying that. Okay, look at American governors, even including the presidents. Any American there should correct me wherever I go wrong.
Mr.
Now, the thing
Chao,
is
if you are listening to us, your device cannot be. I don't know what you have to do. Maybe you have to go out.
Now, this is it. You understand? You know, we have civil lawsuit, we have criminal lawsuit. You understand? If in the course of your performing your duty, you are acting as a governor in your executive capacity. That one you should be immune to any prosecution. Okay, but when you act criminally, like many of our governors be acting criminally, you understand? No blanket immunity. You should not have any immunity. You understand? That is what we are saying. Now, you cannot say because you're a governor now, you now send someone to come and threaten someone life. You understand? You can. But if you're a governor, you see a ecological disaster, and you see that okay, you have to protect the people. That's part of lives and property, and you say okay, you have to demolish, and you follow the due process. Nobody can sue you for any can sue you for that. Nobody can ask for you not to be immune to that. You understand? They have to protect you as the governor. But when your job is going into criminality, part of the criminality is you disturbing the state assembly from performing their duty, from harassing the state assembly, be threatening them to the extent that our state assembly is not existing. They are just to the wish of the governor. And that the federal has been able to stand apart compared to, because we've seen the rift between the National Assembly and the president. You understand? That kind of thing is what I want at the level of state. If the governors are becoming too powerful to the extent that they will never allow their lawmakers to work, to function, then you have to let them not get immune to criminality. When it is a criminality, is about criminality, there should be a framework that you can take the governors to court, and once the court declared that act a criminal act, you understand? Now you have to find a way that you can empower the state assembly to be able to act and to be able to act and deal with the governors. So don't give these governors blanket immunity.
You just have to look at the functionality of our society. Why do we have the executive, the legislatures, and the judiciary? Is it not for check and balance? So when you are not saying that the state governor, why do legislatures, why did they allow the governor to actually be using
Simba, why are you talking as if you're not in Nigeria? Why are you talking like this? How you talking about check and balance? In reality, how feasible is what you are talking about? How feasible is the check and balance?
You are Simba, you are contradicting yourself.
Man,
you were saying the other time. You were saying that time that okay, you were coming from the position that okay, for now state governors are abusing what they have, which is include all what we are saying now. We are now suggesting solution. We know for every good solutions there must be unintended consequences as well. That's why many are against the state police. The governors will misuse them, and I keep asking, are the governor not misusing the current federal police where they need to misuse? You understand? So we can't say just because you are seeing auditors are the one that behave this way. For example, you can say, look, if I bring this opportunity, it can give you $1 billion. But once auditor sees that okay, someone can steal 1,000 naira like this, all of a sudden that 1,000 naira and that $1,000 now, you understand, outweigh $1 billion, and they focus more on that negativity. You're part of it. And what I'm saying is that what should focus more on, we acknowledge that okay, we have these governors that are too powerful and they have immunity. You understand? We should focus more on how to resolve this, not the consequences only. How can we make these governors more accountable? These governors, the state assembly cannot see that. Do you know how these people around the state assembly, if they want to see, they can go and remove the roof. If they want to see, they will deploy security there. They will be threatening them to the extent that the state assembly member will run out of the state. That's the power of state governors.
They have become errand boys. They are so be seen and never to be heard.
You understand? So how do we empower the state assembly to perform their duty? Governors today can decide to say, okay, I'm not releasing. I'm not releasing money to the state house of assembly, and nothing will happen. How do we make sure that the state house of assembly are truly independent on their own, so that they can deal with these governors? You understand? Because we know we have 36 governors that majority of them are irresponsible. You understand? We've not had that type of case in Lagos State, for example, but we've had that type of situation in Ekiti before. We had that type of situation in the River State before. You understand? How do we stop all these governors? Now, nobody could run after Yaya Bello when he was a governor there. How do we make sure that these people, like Bola Ige and all those things, would they run away with this type of thing those days like that? At their best, what should they use were talk. At their best, what they were using were talks, not the security not the security agency. But today they will use both. They will use police to harass you. How do we protect the state assembly? So when you now know how to
all these things that you are saying it as if all these people that you are mentioning, they didn't use all those things those days. Are you there? Is that what you are telling the public?
It's worse now. What I'm telling you is worse now. That's what I say. At the best, they use talks.
It's not talks. Let me tell you. I know. No. Even during in 1983, these UPN people that you are projecting to as if they are saints. Are they not the ones sharing guns and everything to their talks that time?
I never said they were saints.
But what's your point? Are you saying nothing wrong with the current structure? That the thing is okay?
I'm not saying, comrade, so don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it.
So what's the point of contention? What's the point of argument here?
When we are trying to provide solution, we just wait. When we are trying to provide solution, we should look back and look at, okay, why this one was like this. Then this within the next solution that we are providing, has it been done before? Does it solve the problem? That's why I'm asking all these questions.
Can I come here? As it is today.
What are the counter solution to what I'm saying now? I need your counter solution to the solution that I provide. Because at least I'm trying to give a solution, but you are actually punching all my solutions. So I just want to learn about your counter solutions to the problem. What are your counter solutions?
Let me ask something. Let me ask something here.
Okay.
Can I just ask something so you handle everything together? As it is at the moment, if you cannot do anything to them while in the office because of immunity, you cannot do them anything when they are out of office. A case study is Kogi State. By the time they are about leaving, they must have amassed a lot of wealth that will enable them to plant a stooge that will protect their interests behind. That's what they do all over.
Exactly.
Look at what the relationship between Yaya Bello and Ododo. Ododo was housing Yaya Bello while EFCC was pretending to be looking for him. He government tomorrow, if he has any challenge, he goes to government and hide. Ododo's immunity is invariably covering Yaya Bello in Kogi State, and he cannot cough. If he coughs, he will be dead. So if you cannot do them anything while in the office, there's nothing you can do while they're out of office.
Let me tell you one thing. That one that you are saying, let me tell you, if it is about resources, they will have, when they are in the office, they have the resources to manipulate anything that they want to manipulate. There's no difference between them being in the office. In fact, it's even worse when they are in the office than when they leave. But when they leave the office, they don't even have the power to control anything. But when they are in the office, it's even worse. That time when we want to even prosecute them, it will be very difficult. The only thing that you cause that time is to create distractions. You give them reason not to perform, and the whole thing will be chaos.
Simba, that's what we are saying. It is only when in the office they do all those stuff, they steal enough because they can decide to, you may give them $100 billion, you may give a governor $100 billion, and may decide to loot that $100 billion just because it's immune to criminal and civil prosecutions.
No, it's not. What I'm saying, get my point. What I'm saying is that even if you remove the immunity and you want them to, let me tell you, what we need is overhauling of our, because everybody see their position as opportunity to make money.
But all these things are just blanket statement now. We are saying solution. Okay, we should overhaul. What is overhaul?
with the
Okay,
with the
the
current.
overhauling. Let me come by way of overhauling. If you don't want to remove
Comrade Omoluji, even the one we are even talking of is overhaul. The question is this: you have to be specific. Overhaul.
Yeah, but let me give you a specific one now. Let me give you a specific one. If Simba is so concerned about immunity, for me, it doesn't make any sense to me. But if you say it makes sense, let there be law that will guide them, that will checkmate them enough. Even while in the office, while they enjoy their level of immunity, there should be strong level of checks and balances that will not make them demigods above the legislative and the judicial arm.
Comrade Omoluji, let me give you an example. Don't before we move forward. Okay, look at it this way now. If a governor awarded contracts, let's say a president awarded contract to Ondo State now, nobody should be able, by the virtue of that, go take him to court and say you want to remove him because he was not bringing the contract to your state. No, that is a prerogative. But if a governor executed a contract that was supposed to cost 100 million and he said he did it for 20 billion, you now, the accountant federal of the federation now look at it and now discover the loopholes and see that, okay, oh, these people really embezzle after doing all those. You understand? They should not say because you are the president that you are immune to that criminality. That is exactly what we're saying. When people were stealing, there's a way you can audit the account of the state and you look at these people who are actually looting, because you can subpoena the contractor that did your job. You bring them to court. Okay, we know that, okay, per kilometer of this you did it for 13 billion. Is it true? You can even take that thing above them and you go and get independent inspectors to look at this. Okay, please help us look at this. Did this thing mark that kind of thing? You understand? Those people where you procure everything, you let them contribute to audit to say, okay, how much did you get this thing? Workers, how much do you pay? When you know that, okay, you now discover a gap of, like, say, okay, something that was supposed to cost $1 billion, you now see a gap of like 9 billion. That's a criminality. You should not say because you're a governor or president that you should have immunity against that. As it is today, these people commit they commit crimes and they are immune. They can even pay person and they are immune. They have immunity. Why that? So the type of immunity they should have is the one that will not stop them from performing the administrative duties. But whatever they are today, it protects them against criminality, everything, which we don't want. That's what I'm saying. So
it makes them unnecessarily above the law.
Exactly. So whenever they are threatening the state legislator, then because we have federal high court that can sit in Abuja, that can sit in other states where the judges can be protected, if a judge in Abuja or in Port Harcourt, that is a federal, declare a governor's seat, you understand that governor should be removed because of corruption. You understand? Then that is where we will have the federal government to have duty to help evacuate the government from the office, and the government should be jailed. We can't just say, okay, because of it is now that blanket. I still support that resource control. If because they are going to misuse it is the problem, then let us find a framework. We can't say because if we give them the resources to control, that okay, because they were not using it before, they will loot it, and we just give up, that we are helpless. We can't. Because if you don't allow state to control, all these people that are going to Abuja, they don't have any mission other than to steal and that to take that money, you understand, away from the masses. That's why we are suggesting all the solution. Give the state money, and even though you have state to control their resources, right? But they will still be the central force. You will know what belongs to who is tampering with all these things, please. Who is doing this? Who is doing all this?
Can it be one man from one man's end?
I don't know. I can't just understand. Who is doing all this, please? Who is doing this?
Yeah, one man usually have this one. Sometimes on the I don't know if this.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You understand? So
yeah, one man normally have this at the introductory
Yeah, I
part
don't
of
know.
it.
I don't know why this thing should be on the screen. You understand? Anyway,
Does anybody have access to women?
no, I have access, but I cannot even remove it. That's just the point.
No, probably contact him to let him know what is popping up on the screen.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why this
But
should be.
I think it's fine. Sometimes I usually see this one on the one master
I
platform.
know. If that thing is not stopping our discussion, we can continue. So let's continue like that. So we can't just say we are helpless. That's all I want to know. So I prefer us to suggest solution that said, okay, I know if you give the state governor, state police, you don't need to tell me that they are going to abuse it. We know. But no matter how you are going to abuse the state police, you can't just wake up that you want to go total. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. But to have state police, we want to make sure you use the state police for what it's meant for. If we want to give you your resources to control, we want to make sure we give you resources and to use it. We won't just give you your resources to control, we'll be monitoring you. You can't say because you are controlling your resources now, your region is making $200 billion a year, and because you are the governor, you are now stealing 190 billion, you are stashing it away, and we are saying, well, no. At that point, there must be a way to deal with you. There must be. If the assembly people cannot, a citizen can sue you anywhere in the country, and the court can remove you for criminality. Those are the things we are talking about.
Yeah, you made a very valid point. Because when there are no consequences of bad behavior, it's bound to be, repeated. So when people know they are immune from the law.
Anything you think you can do, because let me tell you, is Nigerians, we are not, it's not because we are deficient of laws, and I think the major problem is the way we enforce our laws.
No, weak institution. That is the one language you can use. That's
The
the
institution that
weak
enforces now
institutions.
is the institution that enforces. You understand?
Yeah.
So if we keep on, if we keep on rolling out laws and all those things without enforcement, we will still be
Okay, let us use something that you will like. Let's strengthen our institutions, make them strong instead of building a strong men. Does that make sense to you?
But how do we do it? That is the situation.
Even the people of the institution too, they need monitoring. I will give an example.
Look at what Wike did in the rivers. Is that how to behave?
I don't let us go to that place. I'm not going to. That you are going political, but let's just solve this our problem. The thing is this: even American institutions, Canadian institutions, they are not strong when the people operating there are not monitored. Look at it this way now: a police cannot call and get bribe from me now. I can almost guarantee you, before the end of the week, the police will lose his job. Because the first thing is this: when you put me over, you must switch on your radio, your communication gadgets. So our discussion, you understand? Hold on. Tata, if you don't have anything to contribute, honestly, I will ban you from the forum. I don't just allow some kind of gutter languages and all those stuff. I'm not going to tolerate that. Let me tell you straight ahead. Just behave. So the thing is, when you look at the situation, we must find a way to monitor. Because why am I saying this? With my experience in both the public and the private, the people in the private sectors too, they are as culpable as their counterparts in the public. I've heard this story before that it's just because they are not paying police way, that's why they are corrupt. You couldn't have been more wrong. Now, because how will you explain the like of a Mayfield? How will you You understand? How will you explain the like of Emefiele? He was billionaire already before he became the CBN governor. What did he do? He stole more. You understand? He stole more from the purse. So we have leaders that are kleptomaniacs. Now, in the banking sector, people are well paid. It does not stop people from stealing. You understand? They are well paid. So let me give you an example. They are okay as at that time, at a particular point in time, when dollar was just about 115 to 120, some banks entry point was like 2 million entry points. You understand? But we see how the situation that someone that was earning 10, 12 million a year, we're still stealing. We're still stealing. Now, so whenever you took away the branch resident controller away from the branch, the stealing and some kind of corruption there used to go up. But whenever you redeploy all those branch resident controller back to that place, the stealing will go down. So it's telling you that it's not a function of whether you give them more money or not. It's a function of control. If that banking sector, if you do not have the type of control they have, you won't. But what makes it different is because it is owned by a private people that put the right structure in place to monitor. They invested so much in information system that can audit, that can do all those stuff. If you want our police to function properly, for example, now, it's not too expensive than what people think. You start allowing them to go around with body camera. And there must be a period that the police must not go off radar. Police on duty must not go off radar, where they can monitor whatever they are doing outside. To start with, our detention center should have some kind of sensors that will sense how many people are these people bringing into that room, to the point that you can have a magistrate assigned that will be going around to start checking whether were even justified to even put people there. I'm just giving pocket of examples, so we have many problems. So what I'm saying is this: strengthening institution is not as if you now believe in those people. All our ministry too, like people said it here, that the ministries are the one helping the minister to steal, to loot. They are not just stealing themselves. One of the way the federal government is going to monitor, for example, is that TSA. All the ministries must be a single account, so that when you are still taking money there, you should be able to audit properly. Not the one that you will have about 1,000 accounts scattered everywhere, so that it becomes a problem for us to manage. So people will still be in this institution. It's how to make those people running the institution accountable that really matters. That's my opinion there. Why is everybody quiet?
We are listening to you, Ola. I'm here.
You two, continue with your own now.
Well, generally, what I think is, because people always give excuses for whatever criminality they committed in our country. So let's say, for instance, you have police, you have all these law enforcement, you have civil servants, everybody working somewhere. But the reason everybody even you see that even people that in armed robbery, even kidnapping, drug, all those things, they will always give poverty. Because we are not well paid, or because we are not doing this, that's what. So everybody give reason. How do you think you can solve this problem so that people will not start giving flimsy excuses of, let's say, poor pay and all those things as reason for committing all these offenses?
No. Like I said, uh, you see, although it's a bad idea anyway, it's not good to say it. You see, one thing I did yesterday or 3 days ago that everybody say, oh, why should they make a salary of a public servant known, all those doctors? They took that steps for accountability. You know, if you don't do that, there's a way the people in the public servant, once they see that, oh, this health sector, this is the amount budgeted for this health sector, some people immediately they want to max it out. They are not even thinking of equipment. So any 1 million, probably they want to earn 5 million immediately. So you know, by the time they go out and strike and start blackmailing people will start outfitting on there without knowing all those stuff. So it got to stay. Then I said, okay, you as public servant, whatever you are earning, everybody, all the citizens will know. That's why people like they are earning 70,000 a year. We know that, oh, they have a medical doctor that is earning 100,000 in a year. So for you to go and strike and blackmail people and co-op people, it becomes difficult. Everybody now, they are now feeling toward the police today, including Shewore. You say they don't live in a good status, all those stuff. That's not the point. What about primary school teachers that doesn't have that kind of opportunity to go and be using gun to rob people in the name of my salary is not enough? Civil servants in Nigeria, they are allowed to farm. So what stop a policeman from adding farming to his part of his job? But all what many of them want to do is to extort you. When I was giving story of NEPA, do you know what happened to some of those money that all those NEPA guys will collect? They just go use that money to carry Aristo. That's what most of them do. Because by the time most of them retired, you cannot really see what they've done with the money they are making. It's just to finance lifestyles that is not basic. If a teacher in a village can sponsor a child from primary school to the university, a policeman that is any more than a teacher should have no excuse. That's why I said it here. If there's anything that the Nigerian government should copy what they do here. At most, don't allow more than two policemen in a vehicle. Get them operational vehicle. Don't put them up in a pickup where all of them can gather together and do roadblock. You know what a Nigerian will tell you, will talk to me, said, oh, you are thinking like an American and Nigeria is this. I was like, we are not ready. In time of insecurity, America can sometimes be worse than Nigeria. You give police the operational vehicle. You do it in such a way that the one that want to draw the rifle, he must have a canter. By the time you draw your rifle, you must not be able to close for that day's duty until you are able to give a report of everything that transpired. And there should be a way within that your vehicle can take inventory of your bullets. And they should be able to connect that bullet to the state or province or whatever repository where you use those bullets a month, the type of operation and the people involved. You must be able to account what you did with all those stuff. All this system, all this thing I'm talking, it's just a matter of a simple system.
You think, but whatever solution we want to actually apply should be within the limits of the resources that is available to us. So you think now that, okay, the number of law enforcement agents that we have now, by enough, if you can improve technology, it will make them to be more effective than to increase the number.
Honestly, they are more than enough. They are more than enough. Because if you give them resources to work and they are not attached to like all those VIP people, they should go and get private security. The private security that we get, that will be licensed with the gun, whatever they want to do, let them go and get private security. Because it's that bad. In Nigeria today, you can see MBO banks using Nigerian police. You can see some big guns in telecommunication using Nigerian police. Why?
You are talking
Why?
about those one are even you can even say those are public officials. What about actors, actresses, musicians, all those riffraff just because they make money online and all those things? They are having police attached to them.
Those one are even better. A person like me can go to Nigeria today and get 4 police as an escort traveling from Lagos to Ekiti.
And once you can
Well,
pay,
what about that?
They are like commodities now.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is this: as a policeman, they should be able to have, you understand, give them, equip them properly. You understand? Don't just give them a vehicle, give them a very good vehicle, well networked. You understand? Because I had that opportunity to during the course of my duty. We have rail, we have a CP rail here. You understand? We have a CN rail. For that CN rail now, I've been opportune to fix gadgets, communication gadget for the operational vehicle. The police operational vehicle to fix the network, and now they can, so that everywhere they are going to, they have communication. You understand? So they are always connected to the internet, and all the activities. When you look at the equipment, everything they are doing, where they stop, all the activities are captured. Is that a vehicle? I can tell you today in Nigeria that if you send a policeman to Ikeja, if that policeman is in Marina, he probably will not know. But everywhere a police step into in Calgary today, they will know. Wherever you are, they will know. If they call you and they can't get you, they know how to get you immediately. You understand? So we have the regular police that patrol. We have rail police that monitoring the rail infrastructure. So
I think we need because if you look at you will still see that security takes a lot of, at least highest percentage of our budget. But at the same time, if you look at that budget, do you think?
Mr. Trump, just tap on your this thing twice so that we can bring you in. Your device is not connected. Just tap on your mute and unmute. Then it's going to make you connect to the. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think that's resources available actually can take us to where we think we should be.
I don't get that.
I'm just talking about the budget allocation to security.
You see one thing, it's not as if we don't have that money. At least we'll be able to prove now that okay, we are wasting the money. Okay, what about at least if we don't even know others we are making? You understand? If we don't know about others we are making, Despite the fact that Tinubu told us that he already made the entire budget for this year, the first time in Nigeria that we hear Nigeria that made budgets, he already made the budget in the third quarter, before the end of the third quarter of the year. This is the first government I've ever heard that made such kind of announcement. What does that tell you? We have money. Before, some people will suppress the information for them to steal. And that's the credit I'm giving that these administrations, even though people think Tinubu is corrupt, it's still the most transparent.
Discharge now. It's not, it didn't come for, sorry, Ola.
You understand? Triumph, you are still not connecting. I don't know why one man put this thing on the surface of this thing, though. This tampering of a thing. Mr. Trump will double tap, mute and unmute so that your device can connect. Your device is not connecting.
I believe what you are saying. If you employ technology to monitor, because as the citizen need to be monitored, our law enforcement agent, even nearly all, even the civil service, everybody need to be monitored in order to put everybody to do what they're supposed to do. Because if you continue this way and we always allow people to have to know when they committed an offense, they have all these useless reason for them to be saying that, but they are not well paid, they are not. We can't continue like that now. Can't continue with that kind. And some people still share that belief, thinking that okay, whatever they say they are right. To me, it's not a good thing for the development.
Yeah, you see that's why I always believe that.
Oh, you are the one that did it, Ola.
No, I'm the one that did it. I just have to do for solution to remove that thing off it. I didn't even know how that thing got to that place, so I remove it. So the thing is, I don't know why our people have excuses, because I listen to Shoboredo and fighting for their right. I see, if you Shoboredo want to fight for people's rights, go and fight for the right of teachers. Now, why? Because if there's anywhere I think we have problem, mostly education. I put education as even on top of it, because proper education in that country can even help solve insecurity in the long term. You understand? Because our teachers are not well trained. I'm sorry, people should pardon me. I'm not trying to degrade our teachers. Reason being that someone went to school to study engineering. Immediately the person could not get a job. Teaching is the next job for the person. I know an engineer should be good when it comes to mathematics, physics, and all those stuff, but that's not the point. Why employing someone that has no ambition to become a teacher? Why employing someone that has no training in giving education? You understand? Then, even if you want to go into all such kind of thing, because we know when you go and do your masters and you can position yourself for, let's say, academic or all those stuff. If at that level,
you okay, let me ask you yourself, why didn't you go to education when you were in Nigeria? What was the main reason why you didn't like education?
Because well, to me, I didn't want to become a teacher, as simple as ABC, even not a lecturer.
Why? What was the reason? Is it not
No,
honorable?
no, it's just because of my own natural ambition. My papa wanted me to become a doctor now, so it was a battle.
Hey, because let
One,
me tell you, because people see teaching job
no
are not
remuneration. I understand what you are saying. It's not because of
exactly.
money.
That's so why are you shying away for the main reason?
No, mine is not because of money. I was just
But
adventurous.
majority, let me tell you, majority is because they don't see it as being lucrative because of the remuneration, and that's why.
Agree.
So let me tell you, any nation that want to improve their education, the best of the best should be in education.
Yes.
But in Nigeria, is the worst of the worst that goes for education because of the
Yes.
remuneration. There was a time
Yes.
in Nigeria that people that wanted to go to college education did not even pass school certificates. Because people are not even applying, and they have to just be taking people and say, okay, you have to be writing your WAEC while you are still in college of education, so that before you can, in fact, some of them finished, they couldn't get their certificate because part of the prerequisite for them to get their certificate is for them to pass WAEC. And these are the people that will now finish as teacher to go and be teaching other people that will sit for WAEC. So what do you expect?
Yeah,
So
I agree.
one of the ways is not only the training. Let's improve the remuneration of teachers, all cadres in Nigeria, then so that it can attract the best of the best into that profession. Then we should not, then the next thing is to now improve the facilities. If you
I
improve the
agree.
facilities, and you don't have the, if it's the worst of Nigerians that are going into that, you won't get anything from it. And Prince Daddy, you want to
I
say
agree.
something?
Prince Daddy is just okay. The thing is this. Look at where I live now. You understand? As of today, no teacher will earn less than. Although we have a Catholic schools. You understand? They pay the least. You understand? That list is just an average of 60,000. You understand? No, 60,000 a year, approximately 60,000 a year for teachers, right? But when you talk of the government owned, that's Calgary Board of Education. Average teacher salary is 80,000. Already, if you love teaching, you go for teaching because number one, even if you are coming as a regular IT guy, you are not likely to even earn 80,000. In many companies, you can even earn less than 60K. Yeah, right. So already the minimum, the average salary already is even going to encourage you to become a teacher if you like teaching. Although a person like me, I'm not going to become a teacher because I don't see myself as a good teacher and I don't enjoy teaching, even though I talk. Right. Then when you see the average wages of a university professor here, it impresses you as well. So that one will make you even focus on whatever you want to do. Because average, yeah, average salary of a professor, you understand, depending on where, is still around 138K in a year. So when you see that situation, lack of choices is not what is pushing you to become an academic. As a matter of fact,
And but Ola, if you look at your environment there,
yeah,
you can see that it's not, they are at least comparably, they are within the average wage of every other profession. You
yes,
understand what I'm saying? But unlike in
yes,
Nigeria, where you have a situation whereby it's far low than there. You
yes,
understand? And that is why your father or parents will now want their children to go into professional courses, either be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, and all those, because they see that you have a better future in terms of remuneration than being a teacher.
yes, 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 yes. You know,
And and
you
that's the same thing. You recruit the worst of the worst as teacher, you recruit the worst of the worst as police and army, And those are the vital key areas where we are not focusing.
Yes. Yes. I think that that system needs to be totally overhauled, and that's why, to me, that's why, and I think if we regionalize some of our system, it helps a lot. You know, look at it this way now. You want to employ Nigerian police today, someone that already got his own degree, master's degree, all those stuff. They don't just want to go and start as a corporal, as a corporal in the police. You understand? Everybody want to become ESP, all those stuff. You know, because I think it starts from a constabulary, right? Police constabulary. That's where most this, you understand, start from. You see, if we need to be get serious in that country, we need to make wages to be comparable. To be honest, I got your point, but how do we do all those stuff? What Tinubu is doing today is a step to get into all those places. You know, before we have people capturing state revenues. The one you take away now from subsidy. You know, subsidy. I keep talking of subsidy because subsidy is the one coming, right? You understand? You have to stop the government. You have to stop some people that want to bring government enterprise, like what happened under Buhari when the Nigerian Airways that one government liquidated, and some people wanted to bring it back. You understand? They were justifying why they should bring all this thing back. You would think they love Nigeria, not because they love Nigeria. Today, Globalcom is our national operator. You understand? It's not government owned. The same way you can organize some group of private individual, you understand, to be national operator. Now, what I'm saying is this: any institution that allow some crook official to capture the state resources should be scrapped. Then, whatever people are paying from tax, all those stuff, you can now look at how to now make all professions like teachers, like teaching profession, like other government this thing, to earn something comparable to what we get in the private. Many people you see in the banks today, if you can just give them half of what they made in the banking industry will earn, believe me, they will leave banking industry and we go for government job. It's so simple. Because many people will prefer, okay, I wake up 7 a.m., I get to work 8 o'clock. It's okay for me. But many bankers, just because of the nature of a job, you will leave early in the morning around 5:30, so that you will beat the traffic. I will be staying in the office here around 9 o'clock in the evening. Nobody wants to live such kind of life. If you will pay people half of what, all those government workers, half of what their counterparts in the private sectors are earning, they probably want to go for the government job.
So I think we need to. I think what we need to start from is that in whatever problem, even if in education, in law enforcement, judiciary, everything, it has to do with, and because we have to solve that problem. But the only issue that I have is, do we really have the resources? That is the question.
No, like I said, okay, okay. Like Akin would say, Akin would think like I'm repeating myself. It's not as if I'm repeating myself. I said this thing over and over. When Lagos State government, when Tinubu got to Lagos State government, Lagos State, we're making just hold on, Simba. We get back to you.
Okay.
Hold on, keep
Okay,
it on.
while we're holding up for Mr. Simba with his Dr. Simba his opinions.
you're talking about teachers. So, when we're talking about things in general, it's always nice to have a frame of reference. Now, I'd like to know what you think about teachers' pay back in, I don't know, maybe 60s or 70s in Nigeria, and what has really changed over time. Okay, that'd be nice to know. See, when it comes to teaching, like many jobs for that matter, a doctor, teacher, engineer, whatever, there's always passion behind it. There's some people, right, that want to be teachers. Uh, the remuneration is like secondary. What they get paid is like secondary. But I understand that people need to have a living wage to survive, not to break their back to teach, right? Because if you look around, even in the Western world, especially in America, actually, I don't know about London and part of Europe, they regard teachers as not being well paid. Actually, teachers are not well paid, quote unquote. But in America, for example, people like teaching job, especially teaching a high school or primary school, whatever, because teachers get to have 2 3 months off during the year. To them, it's not about the money. Some of them make just okay money, right? But they save their money, they live a decent life, so they can take 2 3 months out of the year on vacation, go camping, drive around the country, just do things that they love to do. They love to live life. They're not about pursuing material stuff. They don't care about that. They want to live life. So when it comes to teaching, people have passion for teaching. I've met some people, they love to teach, they love to impart knowledge, they love to see people grow. And that's what they're all about. So it's not always about equating pay the teacher well or pay them well and they will do a good job. Not true. Not true. I think we should have a better process of trying to attract people, the right people, into the profession of teaching and do right by them. Okay. I think that'd be an ideal way to go about it. Um, which profession in Nigeria that the workers are well paid? Are they common civil servants? Are they well paid? I mean, tell me. I don't think anyone is sitting down there, happy with their salary or what they're getting paid. None. So
But
I don't like to. Oh no, let me try. I don't like to blame teachers. See, teachers don't show up at a school premises and they start teaching. No, we have institutions. We have, I guess, student teachers training college or whatnot that verify these people, check their credentials, their capability, make sure they get a proper training and education before they become teachers. Teaching them in Nigeria is not an attractive profession in the first place, anyways. It's not. So we should be lucky rather that we get some people that even end up doing that job in the first place. Not too long ago in the northern part, I think it was northern part of Nigeria, some teachers were being mocked. Why? Because they can't even do the problem that their pupils, the student can solve. The backward people mock them, this and that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. It's incumbent upon the country, the institution, the government to train these people so they are proficient and educated enough to be imparters of knowledge. That's the way it should go.
okay, let me give you things that let me give you examples. You are referring to the past and say, okay, I could remember when I was in primary school, an average primary school teacher in the old Oyo state that time earns about, let's say, 100 to 120 naira. You understand? If you want to look at that today, you are talking about, let's say, 150,000 to like 200K. You understand? But as at that time, people are more contented that time than now, because an average teacher then is actually not looking at buying a car or building a house. You see most of them on Vespa. You know what we call Vespa those days, Prince Daddy. Some of them, all
What
these
is that?
Suzuki Vespa. You know Vespa? I don't know Vespa.
Oh, Vespa. Yeah. Like the motorcycle, the Vespa. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they use. But all these motorcycles are the Suzuki, Yamaha. Those are the
Mm-hmm.
ones that they are aspiring. They are not aspiring to buy a car. They probably, when you get to an average teacher's house those days, what you meet is probably their reading table where they keep their books and some little furnitures. But these days, everybody is because of the internet where everybody is aiming at the same thing. An average security person want to live a good life. You want to have that car, you want to have that house that everybody has.
Okay,
So,
so before you
Simbad,
continue, hold on. Before you
Simbad.
continue, Simba, hold on. I'd
then
like to
that
say
time,
that.
let me finish. That time, whatever they are earning those days, also at least is a living wage whereby
Simbad.
they can
Simbad.
Okay, good, Simba. So, at what point in time did the remuneration of teachers stop becoming a living wage? Give us a time frame. When did it start?
repeat your question again.
When did teachers' pay stop becoming a living wage? Just like you were trying to explain to us the example you were given. When did this? Did it
Everything
stop in the
starts in the
90s or what?
late 80s and in the 90s. Yes, late 80s, early 90s. But because I could remember, even when we were in the university in the early 90s, what I used to see on the wall of our lecturer at that time is that my take-home pay cannot take me home. All of them, that's what they pasted on their door.
But see, this is the thing. See, I don't like to be stuck in the past because the mentality of this generation of teachers is not the ways to be. That maybe they are content with their pay. Things changed. When things change in society, we have to adjust accordingly. Yes, we have to adjust. But you two, we have to be fair. Now, are you saying that the adjustment uh, in inflation and other factors has caught up with the wages of teachers?
Exactly. Not only teachers, everybody. Let me tell you, things like
Okay,
what happened.
exactly. So if that's been the
What
case,
happened is
then
that as time goes on, you understand, as inflation starts creeping in, the rate of increment is not matching with the inflation. So it's the thing now, their purchasing power started getting eroded gradually and gradually and gradually up to today. So
well, yeah,
that,
see,
and
that's the challenge.
it didn't apply to only teacher, it applies to every other facet of life.
Well,
But
that's what I said. That's what I
we
said
are
earlier. I
discussing
said
teachers.
civil
We are
servants or
discussing teachers in
any
this
other
case.
workers, any other
Yeah.
people, they all fall in the same category. It's not like their wages are great. So the teachers are not they're not exception in that regard. And and,
But
and
you
when
know
it
that
comes
if you want to
to
build
your
a
point,
nation,
hold on, to your point about desire for more luxurious stuff or more higher price ticket items like cars and whatnot. Well, that's that's as a result of the times that we live. Okay,
exactly.
okay. So back then, our teachers desire Vespa. Today, they desire a nice car. I mean, things
Exactly.
change. Things change. So we can't hold them. We can't hold people. The reason you see in Africa, we black people, we don't have to plan. We don't do nothing. We don't have to plan anything. So if you go to where our guy lives there, Remy, Finland, those places, they are well planned people. They are disciplined. They plan things for long term. They don't have a short term memory. We Africans, you know, we like to point finger. Mr. Hassan is not here, trying to tell us how white man this and that. But we don't do what we need to do. We don't do things that we have to do, and we tend to want to point fingers all the time. But we don't plan. We don't plan for the long term. We're short sighted in a lot of things that we do.
Yeah, you are right. Because, and that is why if you have a plan, you look at it. If you look at our population growth and match it with our GDP growth, you discover that there has been a disparity whereby our population is far growing far more than our economic growth. You understand? And if it is like that and it has been like that for decades, that means you are just bringing people to life with more poverty. You understand? Because the resources is not matching with the population. You are not getting more money, you are not creating more schools, you are not creating more work for people, more infrastructure. In 2011, when I was doing my master's in public health, I went to the popular Asa Dam in Kwara State in Ilorin. That dam was built in the 70s. They have about 12 turbines, as at that time when it was constructed. Prince Daddy, when and look at the population of Kwara in 1970 and look at you can imagine what population would be in 2011. It was only 3 turbines functioning. And you can, if you now extrapolate that one to what has happened to our infrastructure generally, you will see the reason why people are complaining now.
Sorry. Why is everybody quiet?
They talk now. I mean, you see that it was quiet. It made it seem better engaging right here. I think Preston
No,
just
because
dropped.
I was talking to a client because I need money. You people should
Because
all
you
be
need
my
money.
client. I don't know why all of you are just stingy. You should all be my client.
You are
So,
looking for customer, eh?
eh?
You are looking for customer.
You know one funny thing. You know, I was speaking of a CN rail the other time, a particular rail. You know one funny thing is another rail company that I used to work for before. It was someone from that bit that called now. Although they are not offering anything, at least they were asking some question from me. So, so the thing is this: where were we? Where were we?
No, we are still on, before you left, we are still talking about teacher remuneration. So Prince Adi came and said it's not really about remuneration, that is not peculiar to teachers, that it actually affects every other profession. So
Yeah, teacher was just as it was just an example because we are talking of civil or public servant. That's exactly what we are saying. So,
but
but
me, I was telling him that I gave example of late 70s, early 80s, the average wage of a primary school teacher. But as at that time, also because of the way people are living that time, their what people are actually clamoring for, looking for in life, is not as many as what we are looking for today. An average teacher in the 70s or 80s is not looking to buy a car, is not looking to build a house. Most of them are contented with whether they are using motorcycle or Vespa. You understand? And the money they were earning that time can actually, at least the little things of life that they needed to survive, they can afford it. I remember there was a day when I was in primary 5. Our teachers, they went for meeting, all this meeting that they used to have in headmaster's office. So it was around 12 midday, and we are very happy that our teacher was not in class. So we just scatter everywhere, and the guy came. Immediately he came, he just lined up and started, giving us strokes of cane. And then he was talking to us that I could remember that he was saying certain things, that if a tin of milk, I'm talking about evaporated milk, if the price went up to like 5 naira, that he could still, afford to buy a milk to drink. So he was so boastful of what he was earning and how much his purchasing power. But that time he was thinking that it is unimaginable for him for a tin of milk to cost 5 naira. How much is a tin of milk today?
me 18 or me 5 naira in what year? Are you sure you are not even missing the thing of 5 naira?
No, that was the price he gave that time. The tin of milk that time was like 50 kobo,
You
it's
know,
not
there was a
money.
time of a rent of a 20 kobo, whatever,
That's what I'm
before
saying.
even.
Even that time, those are the time we have carnation milk, coast milk, and peak milk.
Yeah.
That the peak milk.
When Canada Best started coming, that was when the price of milk started moving up. You know, it was after the military that
That
Canada
time,
Best all this
sir,
stuff.
people still discriminate that no, it's the poor ones that will take carnation and the coast. That the
Exactly,
people
and
and the
coast milk,
peak
exactly.
milk. You still have two
Yeah,
types. We have the Holland type, we have the local one. You understand?
yeah.
So the guy just he just took that arbitrary price that to him, if the man is still alive today, it will be surprising that so we can even be selling a tin of milk for almost 1,000 naira.
So the thing is, the thing is this. What I was saying the other time is this. A lot of leakages in the civil service and the public service in Nigeria, where few people, like, you know, some people will say you are coming with your boasting again. Like I said, I work for one of the most corrupt public government parastatals in Nigeria. You understand? As corrupt as police. The only thing that they don't have gone to rob people immediately. You understand? So the thing is this: if you see money flow within those organizations, the leakages, those leakages are enough to improve the living condition of the workers. I can tell you firsthand that even including those people that call themselves junior within that organization, they got involved in that kind of corruption. You understand? In fact, so when Asiwaju then became the governor of Lagos State, it was 600 million monthly, right? They were borrowing money to pay salary. So because the payroll was about 1.2 billion monthly. Now, what happened? The guy put a system in place. So he made everything so that they could document and audit everything totally. That is when you now you discover that, okay, that country, that Lagos State at that time, that immediately we even make like 5 billion monthly. Was it 5 billion or thereabout monthly? You understand? So the money was there. It was just going to individual purse. Just look at ghost workers. Some people are feeding on ghost workers. Just imagine a situation where you were supposed to have like 10,000 workers, but you were paying like 15,000 workers monthly. You start wondering what happens. Ghost workers, those money. So if you do proper things in some of those public services area, you understand, you can discover that the leakages there you can actually plug is that. Now, if the purpose of improving the life of people working there is the reason you want to plug all those loopholes, you want to put something in place, I think there are likelihood that you might just get the support of the workforce there, because when we talk of this civil service we are talking about, let's assume you have out of 100 of them, probably 2 to 5 are the one benefiting from the leakages there. So, but if you pitch it to them that, okay, you have some kind of a social contract with them that, okay, guys, we know you are not earning very well, but we know despite not earning well, the money to pay you to improve your life is still within your organization, and you are able to audit, you are able to calculate properly what you are losing there to people, and you agree with all those staff. Honestly, those people, those staff that are not benefiting, they will gang up together and they make sure that leakages that you plug. Because I remember growing up in Ondo State that time, when they say people write petition, they even said Ondo. Those petition writers, they were majorly from Ekiti State. If they saw the headmaster or principal still in that time, before you know, by the time you get to the Ministry of Education, you will see petition and they will even they will even tell you how to even catch that thief. They will tell you properly. That was when people were engaging to make sure that they made sure that services were meant for what it was supposed to be. But today, people will tell you that now where you work is shop, and that's why they call it a workshop. You understand? When people are looking for government job today, they are not looking for private job. They are not looking for private job just because a government job because they want to go and offer services. Because, okay, just look at it. How does it make sense? Come and take a bank job, or we give you 2 million a year. Oh, come and work in the Ministry of Finance, we give you 500,000 in a year. Oh, you said, okay, I prefer that of a Ministry of Finance to that of 2 million. They ask you some question. Maybe if you want to be honest to some people, you say, hey, just because government work, you can last there, there's different benefits. But the word that benefit, they are not telling you that the word benefit they are mentioning there. That benefit is, if I can just get some client that want to do shady deal in doing their taxes, all those stuff, that they're already calculating that, okay, maybe within 2 months, I can even make that 2 million that I'm supposed to make in a bank there. That is what ring in some people's head. So I believe that if you manage the revenues within our health system, within our education system, and all those public services placed properly, you can get money to improve the living condition of those workers. You can get that money there. So I'm still not talking of the 30 billion that we save from subsidy now. That's totally another different thing entirely. The tax leakages, you understand? We've obviously seen it that this administration is not going to tax the poor people starting from next year, contrary to the lies that some people try to spread online. You know, so if you can tax people properly, and if you can document your recurrent around benefit to public service providers properly, you can start increasing. You don't, to be honest, you don't necessarily have to pay them the money you are going to pay a banker. Even though I still believe some bankers are even overpaid. If they shock you, I still believe that even some people in the banking system in Nigeria, they are overpaid. Because you rarely see what some people are doing that qualify for that money. You know, the situation whereby you are paying a teller huge amount of money, you start wondering, why should you pay a teller because it's on the same grade as someone that is in the IT? You understand? A teller, when you overpay, that's one of the reasons that the interest rates will increase. You know, so I'm just giving those instances that we should make all those professional become so interesting. Why people like us were going through secondary school, all those I can overlook primary school, but when we are talking of secondary school, we didn't have to be honest, let us not lie to ourselves, we didn't have the best of the teachers. Even though we like to be patriotic, we didn't. Because you have some teacher that you could teach mathematics, that you have some kind of teacher that students would teach them the topic the subject they were teaching you. Because some of us taught physics and chemistry better than some of our teachers. Larry, long time.
Ebon, how are you?
Welcome, sir. Welcome on board. Very long time.
Yeah. It's been a while. One man, how are you, sir?
wọ́n máa ti lọ ṣe fàájì bóyá ẹni ẹlẹ́ni ń sùn lọ́wọ́ nísìnyí àbó fàṣẹ lọ.
Mr. Ola, how is Canada?
Well, Canada is good though. You know, we did for our hosting. But I'll be begging Simba to let me just come and eat oil money with him in Saudi Arabia, but he told the agent, he told them not to grant me visa to
Why now?
Saudi Arabia.
Why
Don't
now?
mind it. It's eating alone.
Why is Simba eating the oil money alone now?
You know?
Simba.
Yes, I'm here, Ola. Larry,
Simba.
welcome.
I'm reporting you to Larry that you didn't allow me to come to Saudi because you want to be eating the.
You didn't fulfill all the criteria that we need now.
Simba.
I'm a Canadian. What do you mean? I'm a Canadian. What criteria?
It doesn't matter now. It's not automatic.
Okay.
Simba, share
We
the oil
don't need
money.
your service now. When we need your service, we'll get you. You know, let me tell you one thing about Saudi Arabia. You can't just come to Saudi Arabia. You have to come with employment. And somebody must be your sponsor. You understand? Is it that the company that employ you will be your sponsor or an individual will be your sponsor? That's the only way you can enter Saudi Arabia.
I know. Larry, how come you want to remove Asiwaju Tinubu now? Why did you guys try? What were you guys trying to do? What were your soldiers?
You mean it's part of the plotter?
I know. I said it's soldiers. It's soldiers. At least it's in Nigeria, right?
No, it's a normal thing now, and that's where intelligence actually comes in. I think the intelligence agency, they were really proactive. They were really proactive.
Larry, are you sure? The coup that they have been planning since 2024.
No. See, they can start planning coup as far as probably 10 years ago, right? You don't strike until you are very sure. Coup can just be conversations. You get what I mean? So
yeah.
Because if you strike at the point of conversation, then you leave a lot of things open. So the best thing is to probably wait till the point, because it was close to the point of execution. That was when the whole casala busted now. It's just like, you see, when you, all those things like that, what I know, right? It's better you wait until they are close. Because at that point, they've put all their machinery in place, they have all their contacts and everything. At that point, then it's better to come in. But if you come in when, probably they are still talking, then, they can always deny things. And I like the way Asiwaju I like the way Tinubu just, let go the chief of defense staff, all of them quietly, right? Because they compromised. They felt it's just something they can just put under the carpet. And at the end of the day, right, it's not. Coup is not really something it's not really a simple thing, right? And once there has been agitation within the military, not today. There has been agitations. A lot of people in the military are not really happy. There is stagnation, they still feel that they are not well compensated, particularly those guys that are at the war front fighting Boko Haram. And another thing the Nigerian state is actually doing that, for me, I do not support, is this issue of negotiating with terrorists. Because negotiating with terrorists it kills the morale of those guys. Imagine you're fighting those guys, you're getting close, and at the end of the day, some politicians go behind you and start negotiating with them. And it makes you look as a fool, right? You can do things, right? All because you want to save the country. And at the end of the day, some politicians are going behind you to destroy everything you've worked for. And that's exactly what I see. And you can change the security chiefs, but you still need something to increase the morale of those guys. Those guys are not happy. Let's not deceive ourselves. because politicians are always politicians. And when you see agitation on the military, when people get agitated, when people get frustrated, these are things that happen because they feel that they lay their lives for the country, and some politicians somewhere, believe that they can influence things, they can decide things. And that's exactly what actually happened. I do not know if Tinubu is actually in support of most of all this negotiation and reintegration and everything. Because those reintegration and everything is really costing the military in Nigeria a lot of things now. Because if you look at most of the problem they have, right? Some people that were integrated into the military, they sell information, they sell intelligence, they sell a lot of things. And one thing I support this Christopher Musso for is the fact that you don't negotiate with terrorists. Fine, you can, you can go any way you want to go about it. Because these guys, no matter how much you do, they'll tell you they are laying their hams today. Tomorrow they will pick up those hams. Because what they are really fighting for is not really legitimate, right? Because you can't even pinpoint what they are fighting for. And at the end of the day, and no matter how much it is, anytime I watch the videos of those guys, right, those terrorists, and you see these politicians sitting with them, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And in most cases, I pity those military guys because I can't even imagine you laying your life to fight for a country. You've got your own family, you've got your own children, you've got your own kids. And after you've done all those things, at the end of the day, what you hear is, oh, don't worry, lay your hands, we're going to negotiate with these guys. And in some cases, the negotiation doesn't just come with negotiation alone. It comes with a lot of things. A lot of money is involved. A lot of resources are being pushed to the point that some of those guys are so powerful that they levy some of the cities, they levy some of the towns, and governments still pay. So I don't know, until there is actually increase in morale of those guys. I do not really think it's going to solve anything, because if you really want to fight this old insecurity of a thing, you need to take a stand. And I do not really think Nigeria is really taking a stand in terms of fighting insecurity. I think
Okay, Larry, are you saying the civilians are circumventing the effort of the military? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I'm asking the question because, in a democracy or in society, sometimes you're going to have a mixture of solutions to get to the desired output or outcome. Sometimes, well, you can't say you don't negotiate with terrorists, but what do you want them to do? Like pie everybody? It gets to the point you have to mix and match all the different options available.
Okay, now let's put those guys in your shoes, right? It's always easy for politicians to say this is how they want to do it, right? But deep down, those guys that carry those rifles, those guys that put their life on the line, right? And we'll feel that, oh yeah, we can always talk to those guys. If you want to talk to these guys, why do you need the military? Yeah, go talk to them. If Nigeria feels that the best way they could solve this thing is to negotiate, yeah, what Nigeria just needs to do, put the whole resources, pay them, and let military relax. Military can always relax. They'll go back to the barracks, and politicians go ahead.
But at the end of the day, they take orders. Their job is to take orders. Really, their job is to take orders. They are not the decision makers.
Their job is to take orders, and by the training they had, right? The training is more that if there's a threat, you take it out. Immediately there is a threat.
Okay,
take it out.
If we here in America where you live, Larry.
Yeah.
The military many times they are against the direction of the civilian, the presidents and whatnot. But at the end of the day, they have to obey. Otherwise, they can be charged with treason, which Mark Milley, this former guy in Trump's first term, actually should be charged for treason because you don't do that. The president of the United States is the commander in chief, and his orders are final, not your opinion, not your expertise. What he says is final.
No, if the other is criminal, it's not final. This other is criminal, it's not final. So just to bear that one.
You see,
hold on. Okay, maybe you're talking Canadian language.
Okay.
Which one is which order is criminal? How do you determine that?
Praise Daddy. If you want to negotiate with terrorists, make it a country policy. Because what is basically
no, you can't do that. No. I think it's case by case. By case. No. I don't agree with that. It's case by case.
Do you know what happened in most cases? The soldiers do not even know that negotiation is being done.
Because that's not their job. They're supposed to follow orders. That's not their job.
See, you tell me go fight these guys, right? I'm fighting these guys. These guys are killing my guys. And I'm fighting back. And at the end of the day, I'm in the middle of that fight. And some guy tells me, drop your hands, we've negotiated with these guys. How do you want them to feel? Because if you do not want to fight with these guys, let them know at the get-go that we are not fighting with these guys. You give me a rifle, somebody's killing my guys. I'm facing them, right? But because some of them have influence, they have a lot of politicians around them. Even when I take a step further, that I'm probably getting to the point of winning, right? The next thing you want to hear is, oh, drop your hand.
We can go around the circle, but this is where I see it. See, if you want to make an argument that the civilian guys are in cahoots with these terrorists and they're using it for their own gain to circumvent the system, as everything else in Nigeria as we do, to make it so inefficient that they use, they steal money basically. But then I can understand that argument. But the way I understand it is that unless we're not in a military rule, okay? If they at any point in time, if the civilian government says, okay, stop your buying, we want to negotiate with these people, and this is what we want to do. Now it's up to the military to demand for more resources and tools so they can carry out their job. And if they have concerns, they can always make their concern known to the people in charge. They are not in charge. See, this notion trying to give military power to determine the course of action, I don't believe in it.
See, the reality is this. Until probably this new leadership, they're able to help in raising the morale of those guys, you still see a lot of mutiny. You still see a lot of problem within the military. It's a problem. It's a problem.
Well, so see, okay, Larry, let me see. Hold on. See, we live in a country where the military, they feel superior than the civilians. They've held power, they've ruled, so they don't think much of the civilian rulership. I don't think they do. If there's mutiny in the military, there's disobedience, and they should be all court-martialed and sacked and dealt with. That's the way it should go.
See. Like, okay, now, take for instance now, working in the Nigerian military, where I think averagely, how much does a normal military guy makes? No housing, nothing. At least in the US, I know you.
Okay, now you open another can of worms.
No, wait now. Wait, that is exactly what I'm telling you. See. If you want people to, there are several ways in which you can motivate people. Because what I'm saying, and I'm very sure that Tinubu himself knows, even if you take all these guys out, if the system does not change, more people, you raise more. And I think what the government needs to do now, they need to sit down with those guys. They need to know their pain points and know how to solve their problem.
No, I tell you, this is maybe I said before on the show. See, personally, I like to weaken the Nigerian military or the Nigerian army. I like them to be weakened, okay? And the police should be strengthened, okay? Especially if you go to regional policing. Once you regionalize policing or state by state, and they become strong with tools and resources, they are able to curb a lot of things. in-house, so to speak. I think that's where we should go. I think Nigerian military, I think they feel entitled, which is a really, really bad thing. And that's why in our modern democracy, those jokers wanted to do military coup. See, they're still thinking about it. The military needs to be weakened, really weakened. They at the end of the day, come on, since these military guys are backing and code and the left, what have they done for the country? What have they done
You know,
really?
things like that. I don't even know why Larry is giving excuses for the so-called coup that these guys are
No,
planning.
Simba, I am not giving
No, no,
excuse.
let me.
See,
Hey, so no, because you are saying that because maybe they are fighting Boko Haram, some people are negotiating with terrorists, and they are not well paid. Is also what is the meaning of all these things that you are saying?
see, let me tell you something. When there is a problem, right, I do not really believe in solving the problem by, stopping the bleeding alone. You need to look at the root cause of the problem. And what I'm telling you is that, fine, if you don't solve the root cause of the problem, you will still see more of them. Hardly
So you think let me tell you. So in your honest this thing, you believe that the coup is actually precipitated by poor funding and lack of good remuneration and then negotiation with Boko Haram. Is that what you think is responsible?
I think you're misinterpreting what I said, right? I'm telling you that in the Nigerian military today, the motivation, those guys are not motivated to lay their lives for the country. A lot of things are going wrong in the military. We can just stay and just say whatsoever we want to say, right? It's good that the president has changed the military hierarchy and everything. But until they start thinking about how to solve some of those problems, you will still see more of these guys. Look at the recent military recruitment. Now, military is prior to this time, right? Military is trying to beg people to come join the military because nobody wants to join. The last time they were in Lagos begging people, Lagosian, begging people to join the military. And why are people not joining? Because people are basically joining because they see what is happening in the military. You want to lay your life for a country, and the country also in return needs to take care of you. Because to be a military, the moment you sign as
Larry, if you are giving all this reason for not performing, I can
what
understand.
exactly do you mean
But
by
if you are not,
how are they not
if they are not, no wait now, if they are not doing their responsibility as at least maintaining law and order, protecting life and property.
You are even
Yes, I can say that. Wait now, I can agree with you, okay, because they are not motivated. But to the extent that you are now giving this reason why a coup should take place is what I don't
I
understand.
never say that's the problem I have. I never told you.
That's the entitlement I'm talking about. That
See,
they need to do a coup because they're
no,
not getting paid and
I
other
never
things.
said
Yeah,
you.
because
But you never said that though.
the question,
You see,
they
that's the
started,
problem. That's the
Hold
problem I have with you
on.
guys. That's the
He
problem.
never said that. He never said that. he
That's
never
the
said
problem.
that.
They will always
yeah,
keep
but Ola, wait now. Ola, wait. You are the one that started, you started
wait.
by asking the question
Simba,
about coup.
let
I
me
don't know
talk.
at what point. Okay,
Simba,
what is the relationship of Larry? Wait now, because Ola, you are the one that asked him the question, and you are talking about coup. You understand?
Yeah.
So, what is the relationship between this thing, this answer that you are giving now, and the coup? That's what I don't understand. So, if you are not, so that means you have changed the question they asked you.
okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. What brings agitation in the military? What brings mutiny in the military? I'm asking you. Do you think
But what happened? What
do
happened
you
is not
think
mutiny. What happened is not mutiny. It's
wait
coup.
now?
This is
I
not.
am
We've been
asking
having mutiny.
something
We've been
is
having mutinies in the
wait,
military, and we've
wait.
even been having. Only God knows the number of coup that has happened in Nigeria.
See,
So
maybe you've talked now. I said finish. Okay, Simba, finish saying whatever you want to say. and let me
I
talk.
finished. So say what
Or
you
you
want
won't
to say.
interrupt me when I want to talk.
I will keep quiet.
Okay, very good. People do not just wake up one day to start agitating. Me and you knew what is that. We know what is currently happening in the Nigerian military and why people do not even want to join the military. Number one, Nigerian military is outrightly overstressed. You're giving them their mandate that do not really that is not really their original mandate. In Nigeria today, we are basically, just like Prince Daddy said, I like the fact that you want police to take their job. Because basically, the military in this case, you are making them to do policing to the point that military is even doing some community policing work, which is never part of their mandate. And the training is different. And that is why in most cases, when you talk about negotiation, you talk about all those things, most of those things are not within the training of the military. And that is why in Nigeria, for instance, there is a police, there is an authority called police. There is an authority called Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, right? Those are those people's mandates. They know how to do those things. And when you are bringing military out of their core mandates, you are stretching them to the point that even elections and even everything, you want military to be there. And these guys, I can tell you, every day, if you're following the news, every day the militaries keep dropping, right? And they are trying as much as possible to face these guys. So and what happened in most cases, each state, and this is exactly what happened. That's why for me, I believe that if they want to do negotiation, yeah, let it be a federal government thing. But what happened in most cases now is that a state will just wake up, do their own thing. Some of the military guys will not know anything. Before you know, they start seeing pictures flying around. Oh, the governor has met with so-so head of so-so banditry. They've met with so-so banditry. And if you ask some of these guys, they say they are not even aware. And some of these negotiations, some of these meetings, a lot of resources, a lot of funds go into it. And what happened at the end of the day? You negotiate with people today. You give them a lot of money. They buy more weapons. They lay low. After 2-3 months, they come back massively. They come out well sophisticated. And we'll keep saying, oh, we want to end this thing. We want to end banditry. We want to end Boko Haram. We want to end all those things. In what you're basically doing is you are funding this thing. And you are funding them to the point that they have a lot. They've even been able to amass a lot of weapon to the point that they are able to even withstand the country's military. So for me, it's good that the president has changed these guys, but the president needs to look at the root cause of some of this problem. There are a lot of those guys are not motivated. In America, for instance, there's a lot of motivations that go into why people want to join the military. Because they know that by joining the military, in as much as they are laying down their life for the country is also taking care of them, which is not the case in Nigeria. The country is not taking care of those guys, and they need to do more. You can give probably the orgas, the big orgas and everything, right? Okay, an average guy in the military, what do they give them? Aside their salary, some of them, their salaries are probably around 100 to 150. And you give them like 5, probably some of them, because one of them was talking to me recently. Their daily feeding money, in some until recently, it was increased to 5,000. Before it was 2,700. And you give somebody 2,700, you put him in Borno, you put him in Yobe, right? They try to look for how to make ends meet. And at the end of the day, you still blame them. Oh, they are not doing what they are supposed to do. Probably they are supposed to have got rid of all those guys. It's not like that. Check military in Nigeria. How much they really take care of military in Nigeria, and check how they take care of military in some other African countries. So I think Nigeria should do better. If the president wants to really look into those young, small guys that are really doing the job, not all these guys that have buy yacht and everything. Because those guys it's a whole lot. And until we're able to really do that, This insecurity, I think it's going to be part of us. That's what I just think. Mr. Ola.
Okay, thank you. Symbol has run away. I think in most situations, I agree with your submission, to be honest. I agree with your submission because the thing is this: you send soldiers out to fight. You are not even upgrading their welfare, but they fought to arrest some people, only for you to say, okay, you are going to grant those people amnesty, and not only amnesty, and you are even going to give them some kind of financial rewards. Then how do you motivate me? Let's just be realistic. You are simply saying that when you want government to listen to you, when you want to benefit from the government, just go and commit crime against the country, so that when you put yourself in numbers, you take arms against the country, then you'll be expecting reward. It's wrong. You know, I've maintained my position here. All this kind of negotiation, buy all those terrorists in the heart, reduce the number, don't give them, because see, a terrorist is a terrorist and it's a terrorist. If they get the benefit today, if they don't get the benefit tomorrow, don't forget that they've already had that experience of being terrorist. They go back to their heart. So why will you send a law-abiding agent to combat a crime? And the only reward you can give and the only encouragement you can give to those soldiers is to pardon those people you are fighting. Meanwhile, some of these soldiers, they've already lost their members of their family, that, you understand, that even some of these soldiers, they love their colleague, and you've not even done anything to even help the family of those colleagues. But you are now prioritizing the terrorists they are fighting against. Abba, let us make it make sense. The thing is this: the only explanation to this thing is that they've commercialized this fight against insurgency and terrorism. Because what is so lucrative there that the Ministry of Defense will be so interested in all this amnesty? What type of amnesty? You understand? You are encouraging it, because if you are not benefiting from that, why will you be encouraging? If not because of this type of reward, they will have won this war. You understand? Even the like of El-Rufai that was talking blah 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 here. You understand? One of the reasons that insecurity escalated in Southern Kaduna was just because he paid some people off. When you pay some people millions, what do you expect? They go back and re-equip themselves to take on so that they get more. And today they are getting ransom. So people that are already getting ransom for what they are doing are the ones that you say, okay, you want to pardon someone that was getting maybe ransom of like several millions before. You now want to pardon them and give them 5 million. Don't go and commit that thing again. The person that already learned how to operate lethal weapon. Abba, the best approach to this is buy them. The money you are using to settle these people, go and use it to develop healthcare and education facilities for people. How is this amnesty to terrorists different from the subsidy they just removed? How is it different? You've already know that once you created an avenue for people to make money in Nigeria, it's going to be very difficult to remove all those stuff. To me, it's demoralizing. Don't let us pretend as if what the government is doing is not demoralizing. It is. It is. So that's just my view about that. It's like people don't want to join today. So can we? Maybe we should end it at this stage, Abby. Or is any though?
No, we can.
Anybody have something to say?
Hey, Larry, check your message in the chat. I sent your message.
Yeah, thank you, our super chatters. AB, thanks for your support. Ayo, I saw Ayo this morning. Yeah, AY, thank you for your support. So, okay, maybe I should thank myself too for super chatting. So, guys, thank you for your contribution. So, if you want to stay in the backstage, you can still stay in the backstage. But I think since people are not joining, I will just put the link. Anybody that still want to join the backstage discussion can just call me. See you guys later in the day. So I think there's going to be another session.
All right. Okay. Later.
Thank you.